Be a good encounter. In the air, and doesn't quite carry to the captain.
P3 deliveries. This could just run over to the boundary. Yes, the first boundary.
Again, looking for
Richmond Mutombodzi led from the front for Zimbabwe. An opportunity here. Is this the first wicket? A valiant effort at point there. Flat batted swat over covers by the Singapore Cricket Association to make this tournament happen. There's an appeal. It looks like it's out. Yes. And Rohan's making the long walk back.
Again, looking to go over that onside field. And it's actually gone for 4. They're thinking, these are going to be 4 very difficult overs to get through. Let's try and get as many as we can off the other bowlers. Beautifully driven.
Very ordinary effort on the field there. Straight through, quick to get to the ball and even quicker to release. Shot outside off, and he makes enough contact to get himself another boundary.
With square leg and third man. Deep backwards come up now, and the sweeper's gone back on the offside because of that shot. This time, bang, straight back over the bowler's head.
Welcome to this game today where, yeah, great shot there. Timothy.
Absolutely. Direct it again, and this could be trouble. Bang. Good shot. He'll find the boundary at extra cover.
Oh, steps out. Big. How big? It's out of here. Goes again. Has he got it? It's out of here again. Timothy Head.
Done much as well.
Yes, definitely. Obviously, you know, you've got to put something on it to be able to get something out of it on this type of wicket. It's a type of wicket that you've got to go bowl back of a length pretty quick and really give it a good rip. So just to be able to, you know, he's obviously very accurate and he can change of pace.
Having said that, guess what? Tim David
was really good. I was very impressed with that. And in the middle period as well,
Up goes the umpire's finger.
Sweep shot, and a good sweep shot. He had to make sure that he got
made so far of the way Singapore have been batting. Has that gone all the way? No, it's a 4. Oh, that's just got all the way. Can he continue this big hitting that we've seen so far? Just one. It's a misfield. Not something that you want to be seeing from a Nepali perspective. And he gets it. Tim David with the half century. Reverse there. It's gone all the way for 4. Bit of a high.
Absolutely. When you come out to bat, it just gives you that little bit of extra oomph. Good finish to the innings, guys. Crashed at 4. A 50 mark. It's just a psychological barrier, that isn't it? Bang.
Oh, that was there.
Again.
To hit. Oh, it's another misfield. Well, it won't quite get to the boundary though. Been a few of these. There we go. He hits it and he walks off. Oh, that was close, wasn't it? It's going to end up being a 4. Made a few adjustments just now, Janet Prakash. Oh, beautiful. That's got to go. He does. What a ball.
More singles and doubles in between those boundaries they're looking for. That's
He
nicely
adjusted.
played.
Just himself beautiful.
But he can still manage to get something out of this. And he does.
Try to premeditate. Yeah, he's a man who looks like he's under pressure, but that will help his cause. Just about kept that in.
He'll be disappointed with that misfield. Ball's gone straight to him.
Just watch this ball here. Well played through mid-wicket. Probably pick up.
Fantastic piece of fielding there at the boundary line on the leg side. Certainly saved his...
For the SCA junior girls squad. That's a great shot to mid-wicket.
Wide outside off, and Arif will be...
People sending goodwill messages to the team for the upcoming series. The great shot, and you know, they probably learned from that match as well how to pace the particularly the game, the wicket. Krishnan in the game.
Paras once again. Is there a chance here? Falls right in between three fielders.
1 for 17.
Well, good contact this time. 6 runs. Short straight boundaries.
Now that the skipper may well think to turn back to some seam bowling. Where's that gone? Celador back in for his last ball of the over. Hitting square, and he's found the boundary. He pierced the half chance, but it seems all too easy there. 4 runs, I think, is it? Where's that
Big
gone?
one. Take that. 6 more from Paras Khadka. 6 more once again. Nice shot.
To perfection. Huge. Has it gone? Chance. He's dropped him. Dropped him.
Big heave-ho. And he's going to get 4. There's 2 men back on the leg. And somebody else comes in and does that for you. That crucial stage is shot over extra cover. Again, taking advantage of... Gone. Straight back over the top for 6.
Going once again. Goes over long on. 6 more. Well, it continues, doesn't it? It doesn't matter, like I said.
It's gone.
4 more. Well, he's going to make things a little more interesting at it now. Here we go. There you go. Big one. Century for Paras Khadka. Up comes the bat from the captain of Nepal. And boy, oh boy, has he sent a statement to Singapore. We knew it the second he stepped onto... What are the changes that he will need to be doing? Because they're up against a confident-looking Zimbabwe team tomorrow. And that is a boundary, and that will be it, ladies and gentlemen. Good shot. Good shot. Excellent finish to the sixth over. Deliveries looks solid. He looks confident. And he's happy playing. Against the run of play. A soft dismissal there. Looks to turn it away on the leg side. Top edge. Loops straight back to the bowler. And Wellington Mazakatsa picks one up. Yeah. Alright, for the very first time we have Ryan Burl from the far end bowling some leg spin. He had a very impressive outing in Bangladesh. Will certainly be full of confidence. Swept well by Dipendra Singh Airee, and rightly so, gets himself 4 handsome runs there. Excellent looking shot. He loves playing the sweep shot, does Dipendra Singh Airee.
That length right when he first comes on to bowl, Ryan Burl.
He was shot on the second ball as well, but my God, did it turn. Spun a mile.
Short again in the air. And gone. That's a good catch from Wellington Masakadza, running in from the cow corner boundary.
Getting himself a wicket, and that too of the captain, on what he would consider absolute rank long hop. And mind you, if there's anyone who would be watching this very closely, Tino, it's going to be Sandeep Lamicchanne. He's going to be licking his lips. He can spin it a mile. Noticed plenty of this during the Everest Premier League as well. They have this tendency to produce
Hello, मेरो साथीहरु. Hello. 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 साथीहरु स्वागत छ सबैलाई किनकि म तपाईकै कार्यक्रम प्रस्तुता गौतम फेल उपस्थित भइसकेको छु नेपाल भर्सेस जिम्बाब्वेको गेम लिएर. अब यही क्षणमै नै गेम सुरु हुनेछ भने मेरो साथीहरु कोकोहरूले हेरिरहनु भएको छ प्लिज मेरो आवाज आइरहेको छ कि छैन तपाईँहरू प्लिज मेन्सन गरिदिनु होला च्याट बक्समा Hello. Okay.
In the air and doesn't quite carry to the captain. This could just run over to the boundary. Yes, the first boundary. Again, looking for Mutombodzi, led from the front for Zimbabwe. An opportunity is the first wicket. A valiant effort at point there. Flat-batted swat over covers by the Singapore Cricket Association to make this tournament happen. There's an appeal. It looks like it's out. Yes. And Rohan's making the long walk back. Again, looking to go over that onside field. And it's actually gone for 4. They're thinking, those are going to be 4 very difficult overs to get through. Let's try and get as many as we can off the other bowlers. Beautifully driven. Very ordinary effort on the field there. Straight through, quick to get to the ball and even quicker to release. Shot outside off, and he makes enough contact to get himself another boundary. With square leg and third man. Deep backwards come up now, and the sweep has gone back on the offside because of that shot. This time, bang, straight back over the bowler's head.
Welcome to this game today where, great shot there. Timothy.
Absolutely. Direct it again, and this could be trouble. Bang. Good shot. He'll find the boundary at extra cover.
Oh, steps out. Big. How big? It's out of here. Goes again. Has he got it? It's out of here again. Timothy Head.
Done much as well.
Yes, definitely. Obviously, you've got to put something on it to be able to get something out of it on this type of wicket.
Hello, सबजनालाई टस भइसकेको छ र नेपालले टस जितेर बलिङ चुज गरेको छ मेरा प्यारा साथीहरू र यसै खुसीमा हामी गेमतिर लाग्न चाहन्छौँ र नेपालको लाइनअपमा हामी हेर्नु पर्दा पारस खड्का क्याप्टेन दिपेन्द्र सिंह आइरी सम्पाल कामी विनोद भण्डारी करण केसी लमिच्छाने आरिफ शेख पवन श्रफ अविनाश बोहरा सुशान बारी र कौशल मल्ल छन् भने हाम्रो विकेट किपर सम्हाल्ने छन् विनोद भण्डारी दाजुले र मेरा साथीहरू मसँग जोडिरहनको लागि प्लिज मेरो च्यानल सब्स्क्राइब गरिदिनु होला.
Is that gone all the way? No, it's a 4. Oh, that's just got all the way. Can he continue this big hitting that we've seen so far? Just one. It's a misfield. Not something that you want to be seeing from a Nepali perspective. And he gets it. Tim David with the half century.
This whole dream, and we had this passion that we wanted to reach at the highest level. And last year when we got ODI status, I think that was when that was one of the
gives you that little bit of extra oomph. Good finish to the innings, guys. Crashed and 4. A 50 mark. It's just a psychological barrier that isn't it?
In Bangladesh, that was growing up, but
oh, it's another misfield.
It wasn't such that we take this up as profession and we will be professional cricketers. But we've come a far way from where we were.
You have indeed, and you talk about this journey that you guys have had. Tell us about the journey from coming from an ICC Division 5 team, I think, to now having one-day international status.
Obviously, a lot of ups and downs through the various divisions. There were times when you play the World Cricket League, Division 5, 4, 3, 2. It's a matter of one bad day, and it could mean end of careers, end of dreams, end of everything. And we had that up and down cycle where we're like, if we lose, there were times when I thought like, if we lose this division, we'd probably end up stop playing. And there are times when if you win this, what's going to happen? And so that's how the whole journey's been. And it was just a matter of grinding it up, pushing yourself. Associate cricket is not easy because there isn't much except for the love for the game. Only few countries are doing well in terms of how they have professionalized the sport. So for us, from Division 5 to ODI country, the only positive, I'll probably say our biggest positive will probably be the kind of support that we get off the field. There's massive fan following, and since the 2014 T20 World Cup, a lot of people have started to invest into our cricket structures as such. So it's been amazing. I mean, to come to where we are today from that kind of a cricketing background, most people and most teams and most people, it's not the best of environment for you to excel, but as cricketers, I think we have managed to exceed expectations.
Positive news to hear, especially about country. That's obviously something that you need. But just this period that you've talked about, going through the ICC cricket leagues, etc. You've been the longest-serving captain for Nepal cricket. How do you deal with the pressures of captaining a cricket-crazy nation?
Just going out there and performing. I think before you're a captain, you've been chosen as a player first who's representing your country, and your first and foremost priorities would be to go out there and win matches. So that has always been my first and foremost, goal as a player. And then as a captain, of course, it's added responsibility. Expectations have grown tenfold. People expect us to, play like any other cricketer in the world. Like they want results like any other cricketing nation. And it's been hard, but having said that, I think the positives are more than the negatives. Why? Because this is something that we chose on our own, where nobody forced us to play cricket. But having gone through this whole journey, we've come so far where, as cricketers, we can proudly say that we have somehow made a mark in international cricket. But I believe Nepal cricket has a brighter future. I I think there are things slowly happening where there are people who are ready to support, and there are keen investors out there who want to help and sustain this game. The government is very, very supportive now. So if we get all these resources soon, I think we could become a full-fledged cricket nation, because we have the fans, we have the talent that some of our players are playing all over the world. And so it's just a matter of putting the structure in place, and with that, we should be able to do even better in coming years.
Let's talk about more recent times. Earlier in the year, you were the first Nepal batsman to get a one-day international 100. A couple of evenings ago, wonderful innings that I witnessed, the first to get a T20 international 100. How important were those achievements for you in your development as a captain and as a leader? And if you could just talk to us a little bit about those innings.
I think the most important thing was those runs had to be converted into the team's victory, which eventually happened. I think even if you score runs and the team doesn't, it really doesn't matter. So for me, both the cases, I think these are records where I didn't have in my mind that I'd go out there to break a certain kind of a record as such. As a cricketer, I think most cricketers are going out there just trying to do the best on that particular day to help your team win. And there are days when things come off well for you, and this is one of those days, a couple of days ago, when everything seemed to hit the middle of the bat, and I just backed myself, followed my instincts. And it's also to do with how you train, how you prepare yourself. So far so good, but like I said, this is just the beginning of the journey for Nepal cricket. I think we're a young, fresh ODI nation, so hopefully we can maintain this status for a while and keep pushing ourselves. There will be a lot of records that will be broken in future.
Let's talk about the current Tri-Series, and just moving forward from here, you go to Oman where you play against a couple of other senior teams, Ireland being one of them. How important are these kind of series for teams like yourselves in Singapore to be brushing shoulders with the elite of world cricket and some of the more experienced sides?
That's how you learn. As a cricketer, you only become better when you play against better opponents, better cricketers, and it's about adapting to different situations. And for us, it's an opportunity to make a mark as well. So if we want to, rub shoulders with the so-called big boys of cricket, we'll have to start doing well at your level and start beating teams, that are slightly above you. So we're in this stage where, as an ODI country, we need to, become the best at where we are today for us to challenge the bigger test-playing countries. And Ireland and Afghanistan have been one of those prime examples where they have done well in ICC events where they managed to beat, like big teams. And that way, at their level, they managed to become the best in associate cricket. So that's how the transformation began. For us, we would like to take up the same challenge where we become the best at this level and then take things forward. So opportunities like this will definitely help us prepare. If the results come in our favor, send a message across as well that we are slowly but steadily coming up the ranks.
Well, you certainly are doing that. You've been part of the Nepal cricket team and set up for a long time. What do you think, in your opinion, Nepal cricket needs to do to continue with their ascendancy in international cricket and be a household name?
Cricket's a household name back home already in terms of viewership. There are a lot of people who follow the game, but for the game to sustain and players to keep performing at this level, we need to first prioritize what's important. I've always felt, and I think there's no hiding that your players, your current group of players, should be a center of the universe where you revolve around everything that you need to help the team perform. So probably now we have recently had elections as well. So with that, cricket management should look forward to setting up contracts for our players, getting that exposure where players go out there and play regular cricket, set our domestic cricket up where there's regular cricket being played at under 15s, under 16s, with our women's cricket team as well, who've been doing well with limited sources. So all of these things, if you can put that into place, there's enough talent to sustain itself. But talent alone won't help, because we're at this level where there could be 3, 4, very good talented players performing, but if you don't perform as a team, the end results will not be in your favor. It has to be such that the whole system has an amazing talent pool of cricketers who are ready to shine at the international level, and for that you need to back these players up. And if we can have that structure in place, Nepal cricket will be heard and seen for a very long time.
We talked about the beginning of your career, what's happening now in international cricket for Nepal. Not saying that you're old, but have you thought about life after cricket?
Obviously, cricket's been the most integral part of my
evening and welcome to the India Association ground here in Singapore for game number 4 of the series powered by Instagram. Game 3 was a very exciting one. Let's go and find out what happened at the toss.
Indian Association here in Singapore. Much clearer skies, the sun just setting, perfect conditions for an excellent game of T20 cricket. Round 2 of the Singapore Tri-Nations T20I brought to you by Instagram. And it's going to be a repeat of match number 1. It is Zimbabwe against Nepal. And I have the 2 captains. I have Sean Williams from Zimbabwe, Paras Khadka from Nepal, and I have Mr. Narayanan Kuti, the match referee as well. And we are in readiness for the toss. It's going to be Sean to toss the coin. Heads the call from Paras, and heads it is. So Paras wins the toss. Paras, you decide to...
We'll have a field.
You'll have a field first. Change in tactics because all 3 captains decided to bat first the last time.
I think it's a fresh pitch, so, we feel that it might stop a bit. Looking at the other wicket, I think after the first game, the next 3 games are played very well. So today, it's a fresh wicket, so hopefully if our bowlers can, put up a good show and restrict them to as low as possible, we back ourselves to chase the score.
You had a near-perfect game against Singapore. You would love to repeat that?
Any given day, but having said that, it's a fresh game. Everybody has to start all over again. I think the game's gone already. It's new.
The Zimbabwe captain in just a short while, but action just about to get underway here as Nepal are going to be bowling against Zimbabwe. Remember, Zimbabweans won that first match on Friday evening. And we've got some team news as well for us, Tino.
Absolutely. 4 changes for Zimbabwe, 1 forced through injury, of course. Timycen Maruma suffering from a strained quad. So Peter Moor comes in to replace him. Garava, after his debut game the other evening, will go out, replaced by Tendai Chatara. And then a debut man, Daniel Jekyll, to replace Wellington Masakadza. Be looking forward to see him with the new ball. And then the young man getting his T20 international debut as well, William Mashinge, to replace Neville Manziva. The ball changes. Ishan Pandey, the left-hand opener who struggled so far in the series, will be replaced by Pawan Saraf. So here we go, ball 1.
Remind you, of course, for those of you who have been following us over the last few days, welcome back. Good to have you rejoin us. And for those of you who've just come in today, a very warm welcome here to the Singapore Indian Association ground in Singapore. Sandeep, Lamicchanne getting us off. Tell us a little bit about these 2 batsmen.
Brian Chari, explosive. For those of you who managed to see him in the first game against Nepal, raced along to 18. Big appeal, that won't be given out. Oh, it is! It looked to me like that was way outside the off stump. The umpire doesn't think so. And he's given Brian Chari out here. Disappointed is he, but another early breakthrough for Sundeep Lamicchanne against the Zimbabweans. Brian Chari goes for naught, Zimbabwe naught for 1. PJ Moore, new man in. He replaces Brian Chari, who was a judged LBW to Sundeep Lamicchanne, the last delivery. It looked outside off stump to me. It looks like he got an inside edge as well.
Let's get your thoughts on that decision.
Yeah, it looked to me like it was definitely outside the off stump and like he got an inside edge. Certainly was disappointed, Brian Chari.
Lamicchanne is bowling a lot better in this series than he was a couple of months ago. 1 for 1 after the first over. There's a batting lineup for Zimbabwe today. As mentioned already, 4 changes for the Zimbabwe team after that stunning loss against Singapore on Sunday, which has really caught the imagination around the cricket world. Massive achievement, of course. First time they've ever beaten a full member at outdoor level. Has been done at indoor level, which I'm sure we'll chat about later, but at the moment, Zimbabwe in a little bit of early trouble here. Sushan Bhari at the other end, club end.
Bang! He plays the spinners well, PJ Moore. He likes to take them on over the top. And for a man who has faced one delivery in the whole series, that oozes confidence.
Well, there's a little message, isn't it? For a man who's not really played very much.
PJ Moore, absolutely. Well, he's certainly letting the bowlers know his frame of mind early. 38-6 in the tournament.
You covered the first game as well, didn't you, Tino, between Zimbabwe and Nepal? And I think you were a little concerned with the way that Nepal approached that game.
Press the bell icon. Never miss an update. Subscribe now and press the bell icon. Never miss an update. Subscribe now and press the bell icon. Never miss an update. Subscribe now.
Down the ground this time for one.
Bell icon. Never miss an update.
It's been a good over so far for Zimbabwe after of Brian Chari. Nice little comeback here in the second over.
Just the single then to end the over. A good one for Zimbabwe, 15 from it, 16 for 1.
A mixed start for Zimbabwe. Two very different overs we've had so far, Tino. Has provided us entertainment all round.
Absolutely early breakthrough, which is what Khadka would have wanted. A really good innings. Sorry, really good over. Second one for Zimbabwe, 15 runs from it. And it's going to be Karan Casey. Flick down the leg side. That's unfortunate for the keeper. Awkward bounce just in front of him. Leg by signalled.
You're a little bit surprised they've already made that change? That bowling change?
I wouldn't say surprised. I think Khadka wanted an early wicket. He got that from Sandeep Lamicchanne. I think he's also just seen PJ Moore getting after the spinners, striking the ball well. Haven't seen much turn from Lamicchanne like we did early when he bowled in the last game. So he's probably thought, maybe let me just try and pull back the reins, hold him back for later on in the innings. Maybe he might take him to the end where the second over was bowled.
Chakabva comes out. He means business. Probably seeing what his partner's doing at the other end. Doesn't. A little bit of improvisation. Doesn't quite work out for him.
Looks like KC Karan picked that up because he's just rolled the fingers over that slower ball. That's probably what got the ball to just bounce over the stumps. Had it been the regular delivery, possibly wouldn't have bounced so high and gone over that leg stump. Played the shot a couple of times the other night, Regis Chakabva. When he gets it right, gets value for his shots.
Been a couple of balls down leg side already. It's painful, isn't it, for any pace bowler out there? And you can see 5 wides. First time this series, Zimbabwe are batting first. And so, what are they aiming for? Have you talked to the boys over the last few days? How's that set?
Well, obviously, disappointed bunch after the performance the other evening. If you look at the first game against Nepal as well, it took a massive partnership at the end between Burl and Mutombodzi to get them across the line. So Sean Williams has made his intentions pretty clear in the last couple of games that he was happy to chase. He wanted to bowl first in both of those first 2 encounters for Zimbabwe. They'll be looking to get a big score on the board. They would have seen the other night when Nepal chased 150 in just 16 overs against Singapore. Khadka, that wonderful 106 in just 52 balls. And they would have seen how they were going the other night until they threw it away. So they know they'll need a very decent total on the board. 181 the other night, but that was only in 18 overs, not in 20. So I'm pretty sure they've said to themselves, listen here guys, batting first, new surface. We need to make sure we can get ourselves 190 plus here.
By the way, just getting news that Binod Bhandari, the Nepal keeper, has got a slight hamstring strain, so he's not moving particularly well. Just keep an eye out for him on this final ball.
Nearly snuck in there. He's very lucky, Regis Chakabva, to get bat onto that and get it past the man at 45 for 4. So ends off well the over. Another good one for Zimbabwe. 3 gone, 29 for 1.
Nepal captain Paras Khadka obviously feeling this is the way to go right now. No, it wasn't so good that last over, was it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Paras Khadka has decided to take the spinners off after that devastating second over at PJ Moore. Took to the spinners, 15 off it after just 1 run in the first over. Bowled by Sundeep Lamicchanne.
Sompal coming up now. What did you make of the wicket today?
It definitely looks a lot drier than what we've had in the first game between these two teams. That's because obviously we've had 3 games in a row, and that was on the pitch next to that, number 2. This is number 1, and it just looks like a batting surface again. No grass.
Quick single, nicely done. Yeah, Tino got a chance to go look at the pitch beforehand, like he always does before every match. Does a little inspection for us.
Yeah, very similar to what we had the other day. Those cracks show you just how dry the surface is and no grass. And it just looks to me like we're not going to get too much turn from this either. Looks a real good batting surface. But we know that teams like to bat second here and chase like what's happened in the last couple of games.
An appeal in that last delivery, not given. Sompal's bowled so far. Decent line and length. I think that's causing the batsman too much trouble, but right, they want to keep that run. Skyrocket. It's gone for the big swipe, and he pays the price there. Chakabva heads back, and they've got the second wicket.
I don't know if he has to go across the line here. Mid-on and mid-off are both in the circle. All you need to do is get good bat on it, and it's going over those guys with a minimum of fuss. Yes, go over the top, but not across the line. That'll be disappointing for the Zimbabwean change room, the manner in which that Richard Chakabva has gone. 3.4 overs in Zimbabwe now, 30 for 2.
Zimbabwe captain Sean Williams is in. Hello, welcome to the match. Of that last dismissal. Off the line from Chakabva.
He'll be disappointed. Looked good in the last game. Regis Chakabva, and the change from spin in the first couple of overs to spin in the next couple has worked for Paras Khadka. It's another wicket from Sompal. And a really good second over from him. 1 run from it, 1 wicket, that of Regis Chakabva. Zimbabwe now 30 for 2.
Been a mixed bag here at the Singapore Indian Association in these first 4 overs. A couple of 2 very good overs for each side. 30 for 2 we are. Here's Lamicchanne. Oh, he's made that appeal. It's a pretty strong one. Did that seem like a stronger appeal than the previous one?
That certainly looked more out to me than the one of Brian Chari, but it has turned into the batsman slightly. And the umpire possibly just thinking that that's going to be going past the leg stump. Big appeal. Looked very nervous, PJ Moore.
Well, that's how he's been dealing with the spinners today. That makes it all the way. He's far more comfortable for them, isn't he?
If the ball is pitched up from the spinners, PJ Moore is going to go for it, whether there's a man back or not. He's got long arms, big levers, and he takes advantage of that. So 36 for 2 now, Zimbabwe, but he won't stop if that ball is pitched up.
He's gone for it again. Not quite got the connection. In fact, that last 6 he got was the least cleanly hit one of the 3 boundaries that he's scored so far. He's going for a shot.
He is indeed. And like I said, Zimbabwe would have seen that all 3 teams winning here have seen that in the second part of the game. It's very, very difficult to defend scores here. PJ Moore wasn't in the Zimbabwean side that toured Bangladesh prior to this. He's got a point to prove.
Nice ball there from Lamicchanne and Sean Williams. First taste of that. I think this is going to turn into a rather interesting match.
Nicely played by Sean Williams. The key for me is the manner in which they play this man, Lamicchanne. Paras brought him on to open the bowling in the last game because he needed early wickets, got those early wickets and pegged Zimbabwe back 28 for 4 at one stage. After having a whirlwind start, I think 12 they got in the first over. Brian Chari was looking good. But the manner in which Zimbabwe play this guy is what's going to be important. Singapore made sure he didn't get wickets.
Bowled him, brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. It's the googly. And he's brought him forward, PJ Moore. Gap between bat and pad. And that's all he needed, Sundeep Lamicchanne. We're talking about it's important about how Zimbabwe play him. This time he's gone for the forward defensive PJ Moore. And the ball sneaking through that gap. 5 overs gone. Zimbabwe 38 for 3.
commentary with and Navneet Krishna.
Thank you, Shazad. Great delivery from Sandeep Lamicchanne to get rid of the dangerous PJ Moor. It's been brilliant tonight. Got the opening wicket, he's come back, got rid of the danger man. Zimbabwe 38 for 3 after 5. And good to have Nav in the studio as well, joining me. Good evening, Nav.
Very good evening, Adrian. You probably have to say that it's Nepal that have drawn first blood here in the first 5 overs, 38 for 3. Fantastic strike there from Sean Williams, and he's well on his way. A good-looking cover drive, final over before the power play comes to an end, and he's taking full advantage. With on offer, and he was happy to find the gap on the offside through covers, races away.
Has a big job to do tonight, does Sean Williams. Has to lead from the front. Rebuild. Needs a partnership here, Zimbabwe. It's been a terrific start by Nepal, though. I mean, we saw how good they were with the ball last time these two sides played, and how effective Sandeep Lamicchanne was. And he's proving once more how dangerous he is with the ball.
Yeah, it was possibly the best bowler we've seen in all of the Singapore Tri-Nations from Sandeep Lamicchanne to get rid of Peter Moore there. You're watching a genius at work, ladies and gentlemen. Sandeep Lamicchanne finding the gap between bat and pad, clipping the bails. Sheer artistry this from Sandeep Lamicchanne. What a talent he is. And that certainly has pegged Zimbabwe on the back foot. Driven to covers once again, this time finds the fielder. The onus on the captain, Sean, again, Adrian.
Yeah, we see that he has quite the responsibility tonight, as he did the previous night. Needs a partnership here with Mutombodzi. His captain needs him out there in the middle. Stick around. We've seen some great partnerships in this Tri-Nation series so far, and he needs one here.
Nah, that's too cheeky from Sean. You don't want to be running for that. That certainly would have been curtains and wicket number 4. Mutombodzi doing the right thing by telling the captain, hang in there, buddy. Very disciplined effort from Sompal this evening into a second over. He got the wicket of Regis Chakabva on what was a very unnecessary shot in the context of the situation. And he's kept his line, his length. Worked well for him so far.
Been brilliant. Set him up perfectly. But it was a nothing shot from Chakabva. Big appeal. Nothing given.
An optimistic appeal, you'd probably have to say. That was certainly drifting down the leg side. Take another look at this. Actually, on second thoughts, possibly a little closer than I thought it was.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Looks, at first glance, it didn't look that it was going to crash in, but I guess with ball tracking and other technologies, maybe a better insight into that delivery as Sompal comes in for the last ball of his over.
Sean Williams happy to tuck away the last ball of the power play just for a single, and it comes to the end of 6 overs with Zimbabwe 43 for 3.
And press the bell icon. Never miss an update. Subscribe now and press the bell icon. Never miss an update. Subscribe now and press the bell icon. Never miss an update. Subscribe now and press the bell icon. Never miss an update. Subscribe now and press the bell icon. Never miss an update.
Back live once more. Zimbabwe 43 for 3 after 6 overs. End of the power play as Abinash Bohara comes into the attack.
You want to be careful when you're playing Avinash Bora. Obviously slingy action. He's a lot faster than you think he is. Very nippy off the pitch. And watch out for those toe crushers because he loves bowling those Yorkers.
There's been some assistance for the pace bowlers tonight. I mean, we haven't seen much of it this series. They're really getting some assistance off the pitch. Not as much as magician Sandeep Lamicchanne.
It's been the Lamicchanne factor once again, Adrian. It was the Lamicchanne factor 4 nights ago on opening day here in Singapore, and he was all over the Zimbabweans. And guess what? It looks like it's a repeat in the little that we've seen so far. 2 fantastic wickets. One, you'd probably have to say, could have gone either way, the first one. But the second one, an absolute peach to get rid of Moor.
What a great story Sandeep Lamicchanne is. Plays his cricket all over the world with the Melbourne Stars in Australia, the Delhi Capitals in the IPL. Now he's here representing his country, Tri-Nations tournament here in Singapore.
Yeah. Not to forget the Barbados Tridents very recently in the Caribbean Premier League. Very, very big figure in the Everest Premier League back in Nepal as well. So the man loves his T20 cricket. Plenty of action that we've seen in the little over 6 overs that we've seen today. Plenty of action on Twitter as well. Good to see. Engagement on the social media handles as well as Sean Williams drives one comfortably down the ground. As always, happy to take questions from folks around the world tuning in. Happy to read out some of the best tweets as well. So you want to be doing hashtag Singapore Tri-Nation and hashtag Nepal versus Zimbabwe, NEP versus VSZIM. Leave your tweets, questions, comments, and we'd love to read them out. It's been an entertaining evening so far here in Singapore. Very difficult to read this pitch like Paris mentioned at the toss.
It's a completely different pitch to what we saw the other night. Big scores. Then again, we've just come to the end of the power play. They need a partnership, build an innings. Sean Williams, the captain, brilliant last night. But was the case, he just ran out of partners.
Drifting down the left side there, way onto the steep square leg boundary, easily by Mutombodzi, just a single though. 7 overs completed, 47 for 3. We've already seen a few tweets coming in about Avinash Bora. We know he's a talented bowler. Vikash Thapa says, Avinash has been doing great work at the death. Still feel he's not utilized well enough by the captain. I hope to see him completing his 4 overs. And we're getting a few comments, similar comments from quite a few folks. And probably rightly so, because Avinash has been economical in the little that we've seen so far of him. But he hasn't completed his quota. Interesting to see if Paras actually goes through with Avinash for the 4 overs today.
Yeah, it will be, but we've talked a lot about Sandeep Lamicchanne, but how about Sompal Kami? How good has he been tonight? Picking up that crucial wicket, economical, only conceded 6 runs from his 2 overs so far. He's getting that line in length on point tonight as well. been brilliant.
Sompal Kami has got to do that all over again. It is a little bit humid, certainly is a little humid today, but good conditions for a game of cricket.
Yeah, I was just outside a little while earlier. Quite pleasant. Too high. Ambitious appeal by Sompal Kami.
It almost felt like that was the action replay of the Regis Chakabva delivery. You don't want to be playing cross the line. Sompal Kami is quite nippy off the pitch, so it comes in a lot faster. Batsman beaten for pace. They're playing down the wrong line as well.
I think Mutombodzi just getting a bit frustrated with himself. Not able to get to the other end. Give his captain strike, but you're right, we don't want to see a repeat of what happened to Chakabva. Zimbabwe are in trouble, and they don't want to make things worse.
Very disciplined effort by the Nepali bowlers today. Sean for a second probably thought that was rolling onto his stumps. But you're coming back to the Nepali bowlers. Sompal Kami, Sandeep, Lamicchanne, Abinash, Bhora. They've all been very disciplined, not giving too many extras away. The fielding's been on par as well. All in all, a very good team effort by the Nepali players today.
And the captain hasn't brought himself onto bowl either, so we still have to wait for that. We've seen what he can do with the bat the other night. Explosive innings.
We haven't seen Karan as well.
We haven't seen Karan as well, but they just have so many options.
And as a result of the loss of the early wickets for Zimbabwe, Captain Sean Williams will have to lead the rebuilding phase here. And it hasn't been easy. Runs have been hard to come by. We're into the 8th over. A touch under 50 the score at the moment, 49 for 3. So obviously a little from how the other games have gone about. We've been seeing runs. In fact, the last game we saw over 10 runs being scored for 36 overs.
Also the first time Zimbabwe are batting first in this tournament. Big appeal. As we take another look at this delivery by Sompal Kami. Economical.
Looks like we have some time for some fairly quiet today, unlike 2 nights ago where it was raining sixes and boundaries all along. Very nicely clipped off his pads, just the single though.
Eight overs done. Zimbabwe 50 for 3.
Well, Dipendra says, recognizing the batting performance of Nepal in the last match, especially from Captain Paras, Nepal needs a round of about 180 for a competitive match today. I'm not too sure what he means by that. Is he trying to say that Zimbabwe? A big heave to deep square leg, just the single though. Karan he had bowled 1 over. This is into his 2nd over, in fact.
Things have just slowed down quite a bit since that wicket of PJ Moor. The way he was batting out there, those huge sixes, it's been a lot harder now for these to out in the middle. Rather cautious approach. The Nepalese bowlers finding their lines.
Good looking cover drive that from the captain, Sean Williams, aesthetically very pleasing to the eye. There's always something about left-handed batsmen, Adrian. We all know that. And Sean is one on that list, right?
He is. He's a great batsman to watch. I mean, some of the ones that come straight into mind from watching loads of cricket. Sheikh, brilliant, explosive batsman. Rishabh Pant, for example. There is David Warner. There's just something about a left-hander and a cover drive. Z nudges out for a single. Mutombodzi back on strike. He's found it hard here, Mutombodzi, today. 4 off 8. Quite frustrated with himself. We've seen a few attempts at big heaves. He's got nothing to show for it so far. Nice looking shot. We'll go for 4. Mutombodzi here. Just a flick. 4 more to the total. Keeps the scoreboard ticking. Zimbabwe needed that. Singles just weren't cutting it for them. Nepal have been economical. But this might just be the opening.
Shot and pulls it away. Much needed boundary for Zimbabwe. Fantastic pull shot from Tino Mutombodzi. It was short, it was quick, and Mutombodzi was up to the mark. Good looking pull shot, 1 bounce to the right of the deep square leg fielder, and he gets himself 4 runs.
Back-to-back boundaries from Mutombodzi. I'd say this could be their opening. I mean, just runs are coming along quite nicely here. The right-hander wants to finish well here.
Decent finish for Karan Casey, and we come to the end of 9 overs with Zimbabwe 62 for 3.
Back live now, as we see another bowling change. Pawan Saraf coming to bowl a little bit of spin.
His first game in the Singapore Tri-Nations T20I is playing in place of Ishan Pandey, the left-handed opening batsman. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes about his business, Pawan Saraf. The tactic probably is to spin it away from the left-handed Sean Williams, entice him to play against the spin.
Cover drive there by Sean Williams. That's what we're talking. There's something about a left-hander and a cover drive. It's just never gets old. So aesthetically pleasing to watch Sean bat. He can do what he did the other night, just stick around for a bit longer. Never know. Singapore could end up with a big total tonight. I mean, Zimbabwe.
Down the track comes Sean Williams. And he's happy with that one. Is that the first 6? Yes, the first 6 for Sean Williams. We saw a couple of mighty ones from Peter Moore earlier on. Dancing down the track. And a nice little heave over long on. 6 handsome runs.
Great strike from the captain. Starting to get a move along here is Sean Williams. Goes to 20 off 19. Well supported by Mutombodzi at the other end.
And Tino was mentioning this in the previous game. You don't often see Sean stay out of form for a long time. He didn't have the best outing in Bangladesh. He missed out on his first opportunity here in Singapore as well. And he came back in typical Sean Williams fashion in the last game.
And it was that man again, Sandeep Lamicchanne, who got him in that first game. Duck. So nothing short really by the captain, but now he's taken a lot more responsibility now. Building an innings, trying to be more cautious. Goes again.
Just the single though on this occasion. Didn't quite make the contact that he did on that occasion when he hit that six. Just the single. Glad that it didn't go down the throat of long on.
Looked like it was going straight down the ground for another six, just for a moment. It's good to see conditions being rather nice and pleasant today, unlike the other day when we had to wait a little bit. But great conditions for cricket once again. On a Tuesday evening here in Singapore at the Indian Association ground. Fans have turned out.
It's going to be interesting to see what Zimbabwe end up with. We saw 180 being scored in the previous game, and that almost wasn't enough. Seems to be a different story today. Probably around the 150 mark, yeah?
And that was 180 in just 18 overs, so a lot more to come here, particularly from these two out in the middle. End of the 10th over, Zimbabwe 72 for 3.
Right, back live with live pictures. You're watching game number 4 of the Singapore Tri-Nations T20I, brought to you by Instarem. You can catch live action on multiple platforms, vcsports.com. You also have the option of Willow HD TV, Singapore Cricket Association handle on Facebook, and the fan code app as well by Dream11. For the very first time, a change in the commentary box. I'm going to have Chamal De Silva from Sri Lanka. Pleasure having you here, Chamal.
Thank you, Navneet. It's turning out to be a very good game. That man, Sandeep Lamicchanne, back into the attack. He's bowled 2 previous overs and given away just 9 runs. Picked up 2 crucial wickets. Let's see how he goes in the back 10. Flicked away back with a square, just for a single.
It's the Sandeep Lamicchanne factor every single time, and I was mentioning this to Adrian a while back. He played a crucial role in that first game in helping Nepal restrict Zimbabwe. But that was, unfortunately, that effort went in vain as Zimbabwe ended up winning. And he saw some ordinary shots being played against him today as well. But that one against Peter Moore was one peach of a delivery.
Yes, he really set up PJ Moore there. His bowling, I feel, at the correct trajectory and correct pace, maybe in the mid-90s. And we're using the Kookaburra regulation here. That's going to give a bit of purchase. Magnificent shot. Reverse swept it. Sean Williams has come out and he's showing that mindset and attitude. He's batting with a man like looks like he's got a point to prove.
Well, fantastic. That you obviously, you don't want to be too adventurous against Sandeep Lamicchanne, but Sean Williams' belief and confidence that he has in his own skill, he's happy playing the reverse sweep to someone like a Lamicchanne. And this time, just tucks it away on the leg side to mid-wicket for a single though. This is a good solid innings by Sean Williams. They needed that in the context of the situation. Very, very important 26 this from the captain.
Sean Williams is a class player, very experienced cricketer, and he's playing this game wonderfully. He's assessing the situation and he knows the importance of retaining his wicket. At the same time, the scoreboard needs to tick along. So he's playing the conditions beautifully here.
And Mutombodzi has been an able partner thus far, 15 off 15. That's okay for the moment, considering that they still have a little over 9 overs left. They can go and shift gears a little later on, but it's important to have wickets in hand at the moment.
Absolutely. The way to go about it on this wicket and in this ground is to have wickets in hand and then load it up in the back 6.
And more importantly, don't give wickets to Sandeep.
Yes, and at the same time, you need to take him on as well. And that's what Sean Williams is doing here. He's giving a very good account.
They can go and shift.
Drifting on the leg side and
a little later on, but it's important to have wickets in hand at the moment.
Absolutely. The way to go about it on this wicket and in this ground is to have wickets in hand and then load it up in the back 6.
And more
side, and Sean Williams says thank you. We saw plenty of sixes hit down the ground. For the first time behind the wicket, it goes over short fine leg for 6, number 2 for Sean Williams, and he's finally getting a move on. And Zimbabwe are slowly climbing up their run rate.
That was a very interesting delivery. Lamicchanne was bowling the googly, but he pitched it well outside leg stump. Was trying to catch Sean Williams at the top edge, but class batsman Sean Williams controlled the shot beautifully for 6.
A comeback that only Sandeep can pull off. Good comeback to the end the over. An expensive one for Sandeep Lamicchanne. 13 off the over, 11 overs completed, 85 for 3. Right, back for the 12th over here, 85 for 3. And Chamal, you've obviously been spending a lot of time with the Singapore team, very closely associated to the association here. Talk to us a little bit about this tournament and what it means to Singapore cricket in itself.
I think, first of all, it's been a wonderful opportunity for our cricketers to step up and play to heavyweights, test playing nation, Zimbabwe. It was an honor to take the park with them.
And defeating them was an even bigger achievement.
Karan Casey here, continuing proceedings from the Balestier Road end. It's a good delivery. Yes, look, the results take care of themselves. We are very happy with the processes. Singapore Cricket Association, President Mahmood Ghaznavi and his ex-co, our Director of Coaching, Saad Khan Janjua, who's also our CEO, to organize such a tournament, to bring these teams down, and that gives us the opportunity to win matches.
And that was one of the objectives of having this tournament, is also because Singapore are very soon going to be taking the flight for the T20 qualifiers, and this is the perfect opportunity to try out all the combinations with the ball, with the bat.
Spot on enough. I think the whole idea, we are very clear what we want to extract out of this experience. The results, whether we win, lose, we don't get too excited about it, but we are in preparation mode for the global qualifiers. And if you want to perform like Lions, you have to train against Lions. So Zimbabwe are a world-class side, so is Nepal. It's always an honor to play with them.
Very disciplined effort from Karan Casey thus far in this over. Good line, good length. And coming back to what you were saying, Jamal, the other good thing about this tournament is it's a contest between 3 very evenly balanced squads, difficult to pick a winner. And we saw that in round 1. 3 matches, all 3 teams ending up with 1 win each.
Absolutely, and the contest is very evenly fought. Everybody is in there, they're backing themselves. And
I'm very proud of the way the Singapore unit has come out and fought. And I think Singapore cricket's on its way up.
A cover drive on the up there from Mutombodzi. Didn't get enough on it to go past the boundary line. The fielder does well at long off to cut it off in 2 runs to Mutombodzi. He continues to strike at run a ball, and the Sean Williams, captain, is slowly motoring along.
Yes, if these two manage to stay somewhere till the 17th, 18th over, Zimbabwe will put on nearly 190 runs. 2 quality players.
190, Jamal. That's 100 runs in the next 8 overs.
Yes, it's very possible.
You think it's possible, yeah?
Short, straight boundaries, 2 quality players, and a belt of a track.
We saw plenty of assistance for the spinners on day 1 on this track, but otherwise, it's pretty much been flat enough for the batsmen to express themselves.
Yes, now today we are playing on wicket number 1 here at the Singapore Indian Association ground. The first 2 games were played on the center wicket or wicket number 2. Surprisingly, wicket number 1 usually gives a bit more assistance to spinners, but today's track, as you can see, it's a belt of a batting pitch, and it's excellent for T20 cricket. Karan KC continues.
He's so happy driving through the line there, Sean Williams. And that's only because he's looking in good touch, looking confident amongst the runs, especially after that innings in the previous game. 12 overs completed, 91 for 3.
Looks like Sompal Kami from the Rangoon Road end. He's been bowling some very important spells for Nepal, even in his previous visit down here. He's a fighter. I really enjoy watching this Nepal unit play. They are brilliant fielding side, lightning quick, especially in the in-ring. And Zimbabwe, I mean, they are top class side. And today, after the previous match, they are back with a vengeance, and they are showing their class and their quality. It's going to be an excellent contest. Going to go down to the wire, I feel.
Down the leg side, no, you don't want to be doing that to Sean Williams, and the form that he's in, he's going to clip you away for 4. Sompal Kami knows that. You can see the expression on his face. That says it all. Drifting down the leg side, and easy pickings for the captain. No one in the boundary line, so it meant 4 runs the moment it left the bat.
Sean Williams is playing an absolute captain's innings here. Had the opportunity to have a little chat with him before the game, and he was pumped up for this encounter.
It just feels like he's continuing from where he left off 2 nights ago. Sean Williams was very disappointed that his team could not cross the line despite an excellent effort with the bat and with the ball. Shot this time. Straight to deep square leg, though, just a single. And for a good part of maybe 80% of that game, it looked like Zimbabwe had the game in their hand. But an excellent spell of bowling by Singapore in the final few overs, giving them the game.
Yes, when you put more than a run rate of 10 runs per over on this Indian Association wicket and ask the opposition to maintain that required run rate throughout the game. I was having a chat with Adrian. It's a bit like in Jiu-Jitsu what you call a choke. You need to know when to close it. And Singapore hung in there, fought, and we never gave up, and we believed.
And I was just coming to that. 40 required in 30 balls. When every single bowler was going for over 10 per over, it almost looked like Zimbabwe going to seal the game. But what's important were the bowlers who mattered most believed that they could still do it from that stage.
Yes, we had the very experienced Amjad Mehboob. He plays all his domestic cricket on this track. So he knows it like the back of his hand. He's the prodigy of Sadkan Janjua, our former captain, legendary fast bowler for Singapore. So he knows a few tricks. It all came in handy yesterday.
Shot again. Quick from Sompal Kami. Sean Williams was up to the task as well.
Good arm there from the deep. Sushan, Bhari. Sean Williams is going to look to take this deep. And with the wickets in hand, Zimbabwe will look to put somewhere close to 190. 180 is about par on this track. Nepal employing a 5-4 field. On the offside, there's a deep third man, deep sweeper. Cover. Backup point, mid-off. That was an ambitious shot. Mutombodzi, for the first time, looking to force an issue.
They still have Richard Mutombami and Ryan Burl, the two stars in game number 1 that did it against this very opposition. So they have enough of ammunition left in the tank to Zimbabwe. So the question is, when will they shift gears?
Yes, I think what's important is the way that Sean Williams is batting. He needs to continue till about the 17th over.
An appeal for LBW, and up goes the finger. Finally, a good partnership comes to the end. Courtesy an excellent delivery from Sompal Kami, who's been excellent today.
Yes, that man Sompal Kami seems to strike when it matters most for Nepal. He's a fighter. Love watching this young man bowl. Zimbabwe losing a wicket exactly at the moment.
13 overs completed, 98 for 4. Right, back live here for over number 14 and a familiar face on your screen. Nepal's superstar, Captain Paras Khadka, this time with the ball in his hand. We saw what he did with the bat the last time he held it. He took the cricketing world by storm, a remarkable T20 century. 106 not out in just 52 deliveries, striking at well over 200, 9 sixes, and he absolutely tore the Singapore bowlers all across the Indian Association here.
Yes, I think on that day, even if Singapore had scored 200, it would not have been enough. The way Paras batted, he batted brilliantly.
And there's a change in the batting as well. Ryan Burl, the new batsman, confident looking start, so it's now 2 left-handers, similar stance almost, you can say, the captain and Ryan Burl. It almost took me a second to wonder who was on strike.
Ryan Burl is the burlier of the two. Paras Khadka, very smart, canny cricketer. Immediately realizing it's 2 left-handers on strike, bringing his wily off-spin into play. The Nepal boys were practicing here last evening. Looked in good spirits.
I was just going to say that he's probably bowling, like you mentioned, with 2 left-handers, so spinning away from the left-handers and enticing the edge outside off. But other than Sandeep, Lamicchanne, I haven't necessarily seen too many spinners extract spin on this wicket.
Yes, Lamicchanne is a wrist spinner, and he bowls and puts a lot of revs on the ball. And if you see today, he wasn't looking to turn it big, but he was looking to bowl at a trajectory and speed that was much conducive for this track, which is his experience and class showing.
Absolutely. Out comes the reverse hit once again. And guess what? Successful this time as well. Full toss from Paras Khadka. Sean Williams says thank you.
Class shot. It's not easy to hit those full tosses. especially when you're reverse sweeping. I can't manage it with a normal strike.
Mind you, Sean Williams scored 66 2 nights ago, and he's well on course in hitting another half century. This is just tremendous batsmanship here, pure skill from Sean Williams. Reverse sweep once again.
And if you noticed, Paras, being the wily customer he is, he started his run-up well before Sean Williams had his head up.
Not giving any time here to the batsman. Captain versus captain. Quite a contest on our hands here. Down the track, 6 runs this time. No messing around from Sean Williams. And he probably is telling himself, this is the over. And guess what? It's half century number 2 in as many games for the captain of Zimbabwe. Right in the slot, and Sean Williams made no mistake.
Sean Williams absolutely smoked that. He's bowled him. Paras Khadka has done it for his team. Removes the dangerous Sean Williams. And I can tell you once again, Paras showing his experience. Before the batsman was settled, he stuck that one in. Sean Williams will be disappointed.
Well, Sean will absolutely be gutted because he was seeing this ball as big as a football and he was striking it well. And he will unfortunately have to make the long walk back to the pavilion end. 14 overs completed, 112 for 5. Well, there's always something when Paras Khadka has the bat or ball in hand, isn't it?
Brilliant. I love the way he used his experience and he really bought that wicket. Just stuck one past Sean Williams when he wasn't expecting it.
Slightly quicker, pushed that through and did Williams for pace there.
Richmond Mutombodzi walks out.
It was exactly this partnership, Chamal, on match number 1. I think they put on 70 or 80, if I'm not wrong, match-winning partnership that took them past the line.
Once again punched to sweep a cover for a single. It's interesting to see Abinash Bohara bowling cutters, which is a very good thing. He's taking the pace off the ball. He's trying to extract whatever assistance he can get out of this Singapore Indian Association track. And he's trying to make the batsman play into the longer part of the boundaries and not allowing them to hit straight on the shorter boundaries.
He is a death over specialist, and which is why Paras would save most of his overs for the latter half of the innings. And with 6 overs left and Bora having 3, hopefully we get to see him bowl out his quota for the first time, because Paras hasn't done that in this series.
No, it was a top-class knock by Sean Williams to stabilize Zimbabwe's innings when it was stuttering at the beginning, courtesy of Sandeep Lamichanne's strikes. Now it's up to these two batsmen. They are more than capable. Class players, Ryan Burl and Mutombodzi, take it to the end.
A solid strike there, just the single though. I was going to say that the game was almost evenly balanced at the time when Sean was in the center. but may just be advantage Nepal a little bit at the moment.
Yes, now with 30 balls or 32 balls remaining after this, but still these two batsmen, they are very much capable of taking Zimbabwe past 180. But it'll be all up to Zimbabwe, to Nepal how they bowl. There you go, wide as we speak. Wouldn't be too pleased with that. Abinash Bohara. Usually a very disciplined bowler, depth over specialist for Nepal. That's the job for his captain when he's asked to. Fighter. So Ryan Burl looks like a dangerous player. I like the way the Zimbabwe players are batting at the moment. Even though they have lost 5 wickets, they don't seem too flustered. They have been in this situation many a times, and that experience is really showing. They look calm. The wicket's not doing anything crazy, so they would back themselves still. And then they are class outfit, and Nepal should not let their guard down.
All muscle there from Richard Mutombodzi. Muscles it down the track, just the single though. 150, 160 still certainly on the cards, but that'll require a good effort from here on from the Zimbabwean batsmen.
Yes, if they look to target 12 runs in the last 5 overs, that's 60. That'll take them to 177.
Once again down the track, will that find the boundary? Trying to find the gap between long on and long off. Well done at the boundary line there. Cuts it off for just a single.
This is what I love about Nepal cricket. They are brilliant fielders, great fighters, and they're showing that warrior spirit on the park today, throwing themselves around. At the end of 15 overs, Zimbabwe 117 for the loss of 5.
Well, we're back live with just the final 5 overs to go in the first innings. A change in the commentary box. It's going to be Timo Mavoyo joined by Adrian Abraham.
Thanks, Navneet. Couple of runs off the first ball of that over. The captain, Paras Khadka, continues. Removed his counterpart, Sean Williams, in the last over, who was looking good. $118 for 5. Ball short of 5 overs to go to the end of the innings. Richmond Mutombodzi looked good the other evening against Nepal. They'll know how dangerous he can be, especially at this stage. I want to see the back of him as soon as possible. Good evening, Adrian.
Good evening, Tino. Good start by Nepal. While Sean Williams was out there, it looked like Zimbabwe got themselves back into it, but it was these 2 men the other night who got Zimbabwe home, hoping that they will get them to a fighting total tonight.
In the air. And just over the man at long on for 6. No, that went very high and not as long as he would have liked. The man had long on interested for a very, very long time and just getting over the boundary for 6.
Hard was in his mouth there for a minute. Just came in too close. Down the leg side. We've seen how destructive he can be with the bat. Ryan Burl, effective with the ball as well. It's all about this partnership tonight, isn't it?
Low full toss. It's gone in the air. Won't carry to the man running round from deep square leg. He'll get just the single. Richmond Mutombodzi will be disappointed because he didn't get all of that. Nicely done by Ryan Burl. Into the 16th, 130 for 5.
We look at the scorecard here. Zimbabwe batting card. Sean Williams leading from the front, 53. No one else there supporting him.
Be interesting little battle this. Richmond Mutombodzi and Sandeep Lamicchanne. Likes to take the spinners on towards the end of the innings. Plays the slog sweep well down the ground. We saw that the other evening. This time, looking to play the reverse sweep. Not a shot I've seen him play a lot of. Happier seeing him go straighter.
Almost took his head off there with that throw. Had to duck for cover. How good has Sandeep Lamicchanne been tonight, though? Just as he was in the first game, picking up crucial wickets. But Mutombodzi has a job tonight to do.
There's that slog sweep. It's the thicker part of the bottom edge. Just the one. 132 for 5. Zimbabwe halfway through the 17th over. They'll really want to make sure they get past the 160 mark, get closer to 170 if they can. They're going to have to bat extremely well from here.
Just a single. We saw the other night when Singapore played Nepal that 150 wasn't enough. 180 on the other night was, in 18 overs, was also just enough. But on this track here at the Indian Association ground, I guess you never know.
Zimbabwe will definitely need to get early wickets. Nepal needed that against them the other day after they had a very quick start in the first couple of overs. And Sandeep Lamicchanne then came on and, as you said, crucial wickets early. Opens the face and just runs that down to third man. Despite the kick off the big boot, I'll just get one.
Just taking his time, Ryan Burl. You know how destructive he can be towards the back end of the innings. Just trying to see off Sandeep Lamicchanne.
Good cricket. Very, very good cricket. It's a good over from Sandeep Lamicchanne. Just 5 from it. 17 gone. 135 for 5.
Abinash Bohara comes back into the attack. Good so far, economical. We saw some very, very good cricket in the last over. Ryan Bell just seeing off the dangerous Sandeep Lamicchanne. Nice to see a good crowd come out here tonight on a Tuesday night at the Indian Association ground. Humid conditions out there, but pleasant.
Was out there a bit earlier when I got a break from the commentary box. Very pleasant. Nice fresh breeze this evening. That haze that we normally have above us here, probably just clearing up a little bit because of the rain we've had over the last few days. Pushing the clouds away and nice fresh breeze. Good crowd that's come in this evening. The last couple of matches we saw in the first round, obviously a heavy crowd. The home team Singapore playing and registering that wonderful victory against Zimbabwe 2 evenings ago. But it looks as though the words got out and about here in Singapore. And the folks and fans coming out in their numbers here to the Indian Association ground.
Free entry for all. So if you're in Singapore, have nothing else to do on this Tuesday night, come down, watch a bit of cricket.
Good Yorker. I'm talking about Zimbabwe wanting to get to that 160 mark, past it if possible. If he continues to bowl like this, Avinash Bohara will make it very difficult for Zimbabwe. We saw him earlier on in the tournament and how good he is. Those balls full and straight in the Yorker area. Doesn't miss much. Again, right in that Yorker area. Richmond Mutombodzi only manages to squeeze it out for 1.
Very interesting action does Avinash Bohara. And it's done him good. He's been effective with the ball. Getting his line and length right. As he comes up against Ryan Burl now.
We struck that straight back at Richmond Mutombodzi. No time to get out the way. It's lucky for Nepal as it hasn't ricocheted off into the gap towards the boundary. Firmly struck. No time at all. It's gone like a bullet.
It's got to hurt. Definitely feel that in the morning.
I think he's felt that now. Don't worry about tomorrow morning. Nicely played. Squeezed out to that vacant backward point area on the boundary. They'll come back for 2, Zimbabwe. 5 runs off the over so far. Couple of overs, couple of balls to go. in the 18th, 140 for 5. Zimbabwe. They'll hope that these two can bat the majority of these remaining overs. Get a few boundaries, get Zimbabwe close to that 160, 170 mark. Again, beautifully bowled.
Really, those Yorkers is Abinash Bohara. You mentioned they will be looking to get as close to the 160, 170 mark. I think 160 is par on this ground tonight. Wanting to get towards as close to 170 as possible. Bit of a fighting total. Again, brilliantly bowled. Excellent stop from Abinash Bohara. $18 overs done, 142 for 5 Zimbabwe.
Two overs to go, 142 for 5 Zimbabwe. Captain Sean Williams with a good hand again, 53. PJ Moore looked destructive. It has 21 from 12. Mutombodzi looked good until he was adjudged LBW of Sompal Kami for 20. And then Ryan Bull, Richmond Mutombami will be hoping that they can step up the scoring rate for Zimbabwe. Try and get them a total they'll feel they can bowl at. Karan Casey, wonderfully bowled, slow ball bouncer. Ryan Bull threw the shot before the ball was there. Important skills to have these, especially in these last few overs in T20 cricket.
Seen how effective they can be, particularly in the shortest format of the game. As you mentioned, slow ball, Yorkers, saw that in the last over by Abinash Bohara. Brilliant Yorkers.
That's well struck. There's two men back on that leg side boundary. But Ryan Bull has hit it in between the two of them. So an important boundary for Zimbabwe early in the 18th over. Makes the score to 146 for 5, and they'll be hoping that they can get a couple more in this over. Propel that scoring rate a little bit more in these last few deliveries.
Right in the slot there. Ryan Bull would have been licking his lips watching that. He gets off the mark with a single.
Richmond Mutombami, explosive the other evening against Nepal to close up the innings, win the game for Zimbabwe with a good partnership with Ryan Bull. He got 40 in rapid time. Today hasn't been able to get the ball away quite as easily. Nepal bowlers have bowled good areas to him, set their fields right. Short. He's gone on the pull, top edge. He's going to fall safely. That square leg region. Good pace and bounce from Karan Casey, getting on to Richmond Mutombami. A lot quicker than he thought. Ryan Bull just going to have a bat change. Possibly just getting out a lighter bat so he can get the bat speed going as they conclude this first innings.
Can't get it away. Will just be the single. Been tough going for the batsmen out there tonight. We've seen the Nepalese bowlers really execute their plans well. The lone hand from Sean Williams. But there's a lot, not just for the spinners, but I feel the pacers as well. Good movement. If you get your length and line right, you'll reap rewards on this track.
It's well struck. There's a man back on the boundary. So will just be the single. A good over for Zimbabwe. 8 from it, 150 for 5.
Zimbabwe 150 for 5. 19 overs done. We'll be looking to get a big last over in here. Just guides that to third man. Abinash Bora been brilliant tonight. 3 overs, just 16 runs conceded. 17 now.
Very impressive once again with the ball. Abinash Bora. Talking about Zimbabwe wanting to get past that 160 mark. He continues to bowl like he's done in the previous over in that Yorker length. It'll be very difficult for Zimbabwe to get there. Low full toss. Ryan Burl will be disappointed. He would have wanted to put that away. Leading edge. Just single over the bowler's head. So just 4 balls to go in the innings, Zimbabwe. 152 for 5. And another decent partnership between these two. It's well struck. Very well struck. What he's done, Richmond Mutombodzi, is he's realized that he's bowling those Yorker areas well. He's just come down the wicket a little bit. Made sure he's converted those Yorkers into a low full toss. Good cricket. Nice and aware of what the bowler is trying to do and counteracting that. So an important boundary for Zimbabwe. Another full toss, but not able to get it over the boundary for 6. It's a good running catch from Sompal Kami. You'll be disappointed, Richmond Mutombodzi. An opportunity to get that up and over the boundary. Just onto him a bit quicker than he thought, but that's a good catch to get rid of Richmond Mutombodzi. It was starting to look dangerous. He goes for 17. Zimbabwe now 156 for 6.
Zimbabwe 156 for 6. 2 balls to go.
You'll look for 2 here, Ryan Burl. He'll get back comfortably. Tony Munyonga, new man at the crease. Just his 4th T20 international match for Zimbabwe.
Needs to go big here, Ryan Burl. Nepal have been excellent in the field. Great running catch by Sompal Sami, just in front of us. Abinash Bora finally getting a wicket. Bowled well tonight. Where does he go here, Ryan Bell?
Will be called wide. Disappointment for Abinash Bora, looking just to bowl that at the pads, not give Ryan Bell any room to get under the ball. This time just a little bit too straight, so extra ball. Again, wonderful delivery. Zimbabwe will only manage one off the last ball of the innings. And you'd have to say that Nepal have been pretty good in the field. Good start once again from Sandeep Lamicchanne, getting an early wicket for Nepal. And then the captain Paras Khadka ringing the changes throughout the innings and ensuring that they keep Zimbabwe to a very modest 160 for 6.
A brilliant performance by Nepal in the field tonight. Zimbabwe would have liked to get 10, 15 runs more than they have done. But excellent bowling from the Nepalese. They've been brilliant.
Right, so we're going to go away for about 10 minutes time. When we come back on the other side, it's the Nepal run chase in this, the fourth game of the Singapore Tri-Nations T20 International, powered by Instagram. This is what happened in the Zimbabwean innings. Sean Williams led from the front once again, 53 from 35. Ryan Bell at the end trying to get Zimbabwe
and
as far as they could
doesn't quite carry to the captain.
Runs 58 from 21. Peter Moore 21 from 12. And Sompal Kami good with the ball, 15 runs for 2 wickets. Sandeep Lamicchanne 2 very important wickets early on, 2 for 27. And Zimbabwe ending up on 160 for 6.
to join me in the commentary box for the next 5 overs is going to be Shez. Shez, good to have you.
Nav, good to be with you and all our viewers around the world. A very warm welcome to this Singapore Tri-Nations T20 International Series 2019, powered by Instarem. And 160 the score set by Zimbabwe. What did you think of that overall? Because I thought Nepal were fantastic in the field.
They certainly are a remarkable team when it comes to their fielding. And I just think probably 10 or 20 shot, and that wicket of Sean Williams happened at exactly the right time for Nepal and exactly the wrong time for Zimbabwe.
That's a very good point, because he strangled them in a way, didn't they, after that? And, well, he's taking it upon himself as well, Sean Williams. The captain has to lead from the front today.
Well, he's done that pretty well in this tournament so far. And to open the batting for Nepal, it looks like it is the Centurion, the captain. So it is Paras Khadka on strike, and it is Pawan Saraf at the non-striker's end, captain to captain. Mind you, it was Paras Khadka that got Sean out, rattled the stumps.
And he returned the favor today. Just want to talk about the psychology here now on Zimbabwe as Williams arranges his field accordingly. They're under the pressure. Let's not joke, but let's not, kind of sweep this under the carpet. And having lost to Singapore, they've probably scored under par here. Nepal want to avenge last week's loss. This is serious pressure for Zimbabwe.
Absolutely. And they have to start well. And mind you, a wicket of someone like Paras Khadka might just shift that pressure back to Nepal. They love getting onto the field. They love bowling. They love their fielding. They would probably consider themselves more of a fielding. That as their biggest strength. So should Zimbabwe be able to get Paras somewhere early on, that might just test the Nepali batting lineup.
Well, they've gone after it, and it is going to be the first wicket. He's taken it. Wow, what a great start here. Superb catch.
That was the only fielder on the leg side, and Pawan Saraf picks him straight down the stroke of deep mid-wicket, and an excellent catch to give Zimbabwe their first wicket in just the first over.
Yep, Mashinge with the catch, and boy, I wasn't sure he was going to make that. But so important. Both sides have lost early wickets in the opening over. And we were just saying, got to be careful. You've been thinking back to that previous innings. They were hampered by the early wickets. There was absolutely no need to be pushing it. Paras Khadka will be very disappointed. What did he need to go for it so early? Be a little bit watchful.
Yeah, completely unnecessary in the context of the situation, you'd have to say. But it's these two gentlemen on your screen at the moment. Dipendra Singh Airee and Paras Khadka, captain and vice captain, who will have to do this. Simply put, the two most experienced batsmen in the center right now. And they will have to get a long partnership going in now.
Tenjai Chatara for this second over. Sean Williams leading from the front. And scores identical after that first over in both innings.
Well, the action has obviously been a little more intense today. A good battle between bat and ball. Unlike what we saw 2 nights ago, where it was hammer and tongs for the batsmen. And they had a very good evening, scoring well over 10 to the over for 36 overs. But change of pitch today for the first time. and a much better contest between bat and ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look back at that Nepal innings against Zimbabwe, they tried to go after the bowling, didn't they? And they paid the price for it a little bit in that first week. You'd think they'd have learned some lessons from that. Should make it.
Making use of the pace there, Dipendra Singh Airee Tendai Chatara is pretty quick, upright action, so tends to generate a lot more bounce than other bowlers, but very nicely played from Dipendra Singh Airee there.
I think there's something in the pitch for everyone. This particular wicket. Oh dear. Oh dear. Airee. And there he goes. Just the 4 runs. He's just got the 4 and he's thrown it away.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. This is complete inexperience showing here. Not at all required at this stage. All Dipendra Singh Airee had to do was give his captain company and build a partnership. He got a boundary, like you mentioned, just the ball before. And it certainly is advantage Zimbabwe now with 2 wickets already in just the first 2 overs.
You know, it was very clear from the off today, Zimbabwe came here with a mission. They have been stung. They've been stung on Sunday. There's no doubt about it. They have come out here today. They mean business. They didn't get the number of runs they wanted on the board. And so now they're trying to make up for it on the field. It's been a fantastic start. But equally, they have been aided by these batsmen.
I wasn't quite sure as to why Tendai Chatara didn't play the previous game. He certainly, in my opinion, is their premier fast bowler. He's quick, he's accurate, and he can do this. He's beat batsmen for pace and get wickets early on with the new ball.
I think Tino is in firm agreement with you as well, wherever he is around the ground. I think he was presenting a cap earlier on. We might get some footage of that a little bit later. But Chatara, with that all-important second wicket, Paras Khadka can only look on.
Disappointing thus far from Pawan Saraf and Dipendra Singh Airee. And the onus is now on the captain once again. And how often have Nepal found themselves in this situation?
I was also going to say, how often have we said the captains have delivered in this series so far? But it cannot always come down to Paras Khadka. Arif Sheikh now, the new batsman in, of course, for Nepal.
Swing and a miss. A flash outside off stump there. Once again beaten for pace. Lucky that Arif didn't get bat on it. 2 overs completed, 5 for 2.
Well, if you've just joined us, what an entertaining start we've had to this second innings here. Nepal have already lost a couple of wickets through, should we say, unforced errors perhaps. And there's already a change in the bowling.
It's going to be seen from both sides now. Sean Williams takes himself off after just 1 over, a successful first over. It's going to be Daniel Jekyll from the pavilion end now. Arif Sheikh, someone who you can expect plenty of maturity from.
Yeah.
He has a good temperament. He's happy to hang in there and play second fiddle to the captain. He did that on one previous occasion as well. And he will need to do this. It's got to be these 2 gentlemen once again to do the job. Fantastic from the captain, right? Stand and deliver. Punched off the back foot on the rise. No chance for the mid-off fielder, and it races away for a boundary. The first for the captain.
I mean, that's pretty much in the slot, isn't it? It's there to be dispatched. Not a great start, I'm afraid, for Jacquiel. You need to look at that length a little bit.
Get the feeling that it may not necessarily be as easy as a track as what we saw 2 nights ago, Shez.
Yeah, it's interesting. Of course, we've now changed that, haven't we, after the first 3 days of action. We've also had, by the way, a lot of wet weather in the last couple of days. Very different kind of conditions that we had, not just on the pitch, but just break. A bit of breeze coming through, not so humid. Watchful. That's all you need. You've got your boundary. You're not taking chances. This could have happened the last couple of overs.
Yeah. You don't need to press the panic button just yet. They have a few overs to get used to conditions here. You haven't seen much of Daniel Jacquiel, so you want to do that. And the runs will come just like that. You will have your full tosses. Just a single on this occasion, though.
Absolutely right. No need to rush it. This is not an insurmountable score over 20 overs. It's not. There are no devils in the wicket. It's not a massive ground. It can come. Patience is key here. Absolutely key. Now, Arif Sheikh, his first time facing Jacquiel in this over. You'll have seen what his captain has done.
Was in the slot there, just to mid-off, though no run. His eyes probably lit up looking at that.
A little bit similar to that first delivery. I got hit for 4. A little bit fuller.
Full toss. Very interesting delivery from Daniel there. That dipped quite a bit. It was the slower one. For a second, it looked like it was going to reach the batsman on the full, but it died on the batsman. Ah, look at that.
Yeah.
And beat Arif Sheikh all ends up. He can afford to smile, but
he couldn't pick that, could he?
3 overs completed, 10 for 2.
Nice end for Jacquiel there. Final ball there, deceiving Arif Sheikh. But it's a rebuilding exercise here for the Nepalese after losing 2 very hits.
I was just going to add, Shez, I just don't think this is going to be similar to what we saw in the first 3 games. My sense is that 160 might just be very competitive. Masinge, the new bowler from the far end, starts off with a very short delivery to Paras Khadka. It's not going to be easy, I think. 10 for 2 in 3 overs. And sooner rather than later, the Nepali batsmen are going to be start looking at the scoreboard, and that required run rate will start creeping up pretty quickly.
What I like as well, as they get the quick single here, is everyone's bowling 1 over stints at the moment, keeping it interesting. Keeping the batsman thinking. The pressure's right on them. And given how we know that they're batting and how they've batted throughout this series, they don't like to keep it like this for too long.
Well, he managed to get enough bat on that to go past mid-on and mid-off. past the bowler. He'll consider himself a bit lucky, I would say, Arif Sheikh, that could have so easily got the top edge and gone straight to the bowler or maybe mid-on. But he just got enough wood on that.
I thought for a second there that he didn't make it. You're right. Absolutely right. Similar kind of delivery. Arif Sheikh's almost listening to us out there. Like, we're talking about the pressure building up on them. They're trying to play their shots again.
Masinghe is not holding back. 4 balls and 4 short deliveries. Goes full this time, and Arif Sheikh responds very well indeed. That has to be the most convincing shot that we have seen in this little innings from Arif Sheikh. Excellent shot, and raced away to the cover boundary.
Full of conviction, isn't he, on that one? Absolutely smashed it. And that will do him a world of good. Is quite soon after we see a 4, we often see another rash shot. This has been the case so far. Let's see how Masinghe deals with this now.
How about that? Where has that gone? That's gone the distance. Boy, oh boy, Arif Sheikh coming to the party, 14 of 8, and he's taken 14 of the last 4 deliveries from Masinghe. He's happy with the short ones. And, well, it wasn't short enough. It wasn't full as well. Somewhere in between, and Arif Sheikh liked that.
4 overs gone, 25 for 2. Nepal, a little bit of a recovery here. Well, we were talking a short while ago about Nepal a little bit. Have we just seen the little shoots of recovery? Chatara continues.
Wayward from Chatara starts off with a wide. But the reason why Sean Williams threw the ball to Tendai Chatara is because they need a wicket. If they can get one more wicket, one of these 2 gentlemen in the center, that certainly is going to put a lot of pressure on this Nepal team. These 2 are the informed batsmen for Nepal.
Same kind of ball, and this time it's dispatched. Lovely little flick away. Khadka will gobble that up.
You can't afford to be drifting down the leg side, especially when you have short fine leg inside the 30-yard circle. The Khadka would take that any day of the week. Just a little touch helps it on its way. 4 easy runs there for Nepal. Conceded 18 runs in the last 6 deliveries.
You just stole the words right out of my mouth, because they had put the pressure right on them, didn't they, Zimbabwe? They had a foot on their throat for a second, and then just lifted it, haven't they? Some loose deliveries, loose bowling from both in these both last 2 overs.
Paris, the one thing on his mind is that just a little less than 2 overs left in the power play, capitalize as much as he can. Very sensible from the captain, and this is exactly what he's expecting from the others as well. Well, the loose deliveries will come, and they will get punished. But it's important to rotate, strike, play the odd dot ball as well. That's fine.
Yeah, nice to see that they have just varied it a little bit there. Haven't seen enough quick singles, have we, really, from the Nepalese? Now, Arif Sheikh faces Chatara now on a little bit of a high from that last over.
Khadka making sure he's chatting with the non-striker every now and then. Much better this. A very good over so far for Nepal. They've already got 7 off it so far in the 4 deliveries.
Decent over here so far from Chatara. Or at least the second part of it has got a little bit better. Oh, hello. There is a bit of life in that wicket. And he's just given a little pause for thought there. I've just overheard Tino Maweo saying Singh probably the fastest bowler in the Zimbabwe ranks. Final ball here. Khadka in this power play. Nice way to end it. 6-0, 5 overs gone, 32 for 2, Nepal.
$32 for 2. Nepal after the first 5 overs. Good first over from the Zimbabwe captain, Sean Williams. He brings himself back on at the far end.
Sean would be looking to pick up another wicket in this last over of the power plays.
Bowling to Arif Sheikh, who's looked good when the ball is coming onto the bat. Took young Mashinga to the cleaners in his first over.
The captain of Nepal.
Oh, it's in the air. Man getting underneath it. And that's the end of Khadka. Sean Williams gets rid of his opposite number. Couple of tight deliveries at the beginning of the over. Khadka trying to get on with things. Bit of extra bounce. And a relatively easy catch to the man at cover. It looks like Tony Munyonga.
Sean Williams again showing his experience, varying his pace. Held that one back a little bit. I think Paras lost his shape while trying to play that shot. Made a meal out of it. It's quite unnecessary. Once again, this is what I was talking about. Zimbabwe showing their experience, retaining calm, even after the onslaught by Arif in the previous over. Third wicket for Nepal goes down with the scoreboard reading 33. We are in the last over of the power plays. Brave move by the skipper, leading from the front. He knows how important this match is. Looks like the wicket keeper, Binod, number 7 for Nepal, strides out. Must say the momentum is with Zimbabwe at the moment. You know, it's shaping up to be a good contest.
Well, all 3 matches so far have been good contests. And it was important for Zimbabwe to try and get some early wickets, including that last one of the captain who was so dangerous in that last game against Singapore.
This is excellent bowling. Sean Williams wouldn't mind the singles. Bowling in the power play. Bowling with excellent control and bowling at the right speed on this track. showcasing his class and experience. Yes, what a wonderful tournament it has been thus far. Absolute cliffhangers. Last game. Then was a tactical game, the one before. Drifting down the leg side. Binod Bhandari there. Making Sean Williams pay. Backward square, 4 runs. Good shot.
He's seen it just go down the leg side. Down on the one knee. Helps it over that man at 45. At the end of the power play, 6 overs gone. Nepal, 39 for 3. $39 for 3. Most importantly for Zimbabwe is they've removed the dangerous captain, Khadka, caught by Tony Munyongo off the bowling of Sean Williams in the last over for 12. Didn't get going tonight like he did the other day. But Zimbabwe still Binod Bhandari to deal with. Arif Sheikh, who's looking good, 17 from 11. Sompal Kami still to come. We saw how destructive he can be. And it's Mutombodzi into the attack. Fifth bowler used in the 7th over.
There seems to be a conscious strategy, not allowing the batsman to settle into any sort of rhythm. Sean Williams mixing his bowlers up.
Nicely tucked into the onside. Jamal, of course, you are the team manager for the Singapore men's team. You guys have been extremely busy over the last 2 or 3 months, preparing obviously for the qualifier that you had here and won, and now the qualifier next month in the UAE. Just tell us about the preparations you've had going into that tournament and the importance of tournaments like this to ensure that you don't only brush shoulders with some of the top cricketers around the world and test playing cricketers, but just for the development of the game in the country as well.
Yes, we focus on our processes, and our director of coaching and our CEO, Khadka Janjua, is very meticulous in the planning, right from the previous tournament which we won, the Asia Finals. Before that, we played 15 games against a tailor-made side from Pakistan. And that led to us performing extremely well in that tournament. And we are very clear about what we want to get out of these encounters. Yes, it was okay and good to win against Zimbabwe. It was an honor to play them. But as far as Singapore are concerned, we are focusing on our processes, and we are very much focused on the global qualifier in UAE. We are departing on the 10th of October. And we intend to qualify for the World Cup. There's 14 teams partaking. It's a very dangerous shot there. Arif Sheikh attempting to hoik it over long on. Yes, as I was saying, we are very much focused because 14 teams partaking, 6 will qualify. And I'm quietly confident that Singapore will be on that flight.
I'm liking the confidence, Jamal. We'll carry on talking about that in the next over. 7 overs gone, 41 for 3, Nepal.
Looks like Ryan Burl coming into the attack from the Rangoon lane end. He's got a shot that man, backward point, sweeper. Chakabva and a long off. Short fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket and a long on. Ball into Binod Bhandari. Straight away looks to turn it around the corner. Ryan Burl once again bowling flatter in trajectory. Seemed to have studied how Lamicchanne was getting on about his business. I would say bowling in the high 90s. Good battle here.
Moor looking to go back over the bowler's head. Bit of turn for Ryan Burl. So you're talking about 14 teams partaking in the qualifiers in the UAE next month. 6 will qualify. Some of the other teams taking part in the tournament, if you can just enlighten us on that.
Yeah. There'll be some heavy hitters, Ireland, Scotland. But the way we focus on things is we like to take it one match at a time. We don't really look at who the opponent is and get faced by the situation. We played Zimbabwe. I'm sure we can take on Scotland and Ireland.
So is it 2 groups of 7 to start off the tournament? Round robin?
Yes, indeed. It's a round robin format, and then the toppers go through. And then there'll be one phase of the qualifiers from 11th to the 28th. And then thereafter, tell you after this delivery. It's a brilliant bit of fielding there. Skipper once again. Yeah, and then the second phase continues on from 29th to the 3rd of November. And then from there, 2 teams go ahead. It's a very good delivery. Tucked away onto the leg side for a single.
William Mashinge back into the attack. Took a bit of stick from Arif Sheikh in his first over. Case maybe of some slight baptism of fire.
Yes, I think he seems to have had a change of ends. John Williams bringing him on from the Balestier Road end. And Binod Bhandari, for some reason, doesn't look 100%. I saw him in the warm-ups. Seemed to have pulled a little bit of a hamstring niggle there. But he's battling on for Nepal. John Williams ringing the changes, not allowing the batsman to settle. At the same time, slowing the game down a little bit here. We have a real contest on our hands, and I get the feeling that this one too will go down to the wire.
Always in with a shout, aren't you? Especially if you've got wicket in hand. 120, 119 to be exact, needed from 72 balls at the moment. The nature of the ground, shorter straight boundaries, quick outfield, you always believe that if you can get a partnership going, then you're always in with a chance here at the India Association ground.
Yes, both teams need to be conscious, and this is something that we talk about in the Singapore changing room as well. Mindfulness, consciousness, match situational awareness. When you're on top, I like to use the example of a choke in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You got to know when to close the choke. When you're on top, never let the opposition come in.
Absolutely. It's game 4 of the Singapore Tri-Nation T20 International Series powered by Instagram. And if you're just joining us this evening, we're in studio with Mr. Chamal De Silva, manager of the Singapore men's side. We called Wide. We've just been talking about Singapore cricket and what they have been up to the last couple of months, of course, taking part in the World T20 qualifier next month in October. You've given us a background of that, a background of the tournament itself. Can you talk to us a little bit more about the importance of this particular Tri-Series for the players and the nation, as well as can we expect in years to come to continue seeing these kind of tournaments, yourselves rubbing shoulders with the top teams in the world? Of course, you're talking about wanting to qualify for that T20. And if that happens, the process that's got you there needs to continue.
Absolutely, Tino. That's the vision Singapore Cricket Association has. And that's a top edge, flies away down to the boundary for 4. Bit lucky there. I'll tell you what, Mashinge is extracting excellent bounds off this deck in IA. Big, burly, strong lad. Yes, more tournaments of this nature will certainly be a feature in Singapore's cricket fixtures. So that's what our vision is, the vision of the EXCO and of our CEO, to bring top-class teams here. And we have proven that we are able to host the events. And it's wonderful exposure for Singapore.
It's a nice shot. Now that's a great fielding effort on the cover boundary. Ball just bouncing it awkwardly in front of Brian Chari, but he's done well to get his body behind it and definitely save a boundary.
Yes, going on. And then we're also looking to have a IPL-style franchise league that will feature top players from around the world. And Singapore, by nature, it's one of the top destinations in the world for the mice industry and the events. A very safe place, a convenient place. Cut away once again to sweeper. Arif Sheikh looking dangerous here. And we want to give as much exposure as possible to the Singapore national team and to the youngsters coming up. That pathway is very cautiously managed, allowing them to graduate to the next level seamlessly.
And I think you make good mention to not just the current players, but the up-and-coming players as well, to be able to watch cricketers with as much experience as some of these Nepalese, some of these Zimbabweans, and be able to come out here and think, you know what, if they can get there, so can I. Very good work by the Singapore Cricket Association. End of the 9th over, 52 for 3.
Yes, I also want to mention the role the youngsters that have been groomed in the Singapore Cricket Association nursery that are now amongst the senior ranks, likes of Janak Prakash, Rohan Rangarajan. They are really taking responsibility together with the likes of the experienced players, Amjad Mehboob and Tim David, who's joined us. It's an excellent delivery. Mutombodzi continuing from the Rangoon Road end, straight away hitting good areas.
Make mention of, sorry, carry on.
And it's been a good mix of youth and experience. And also the ecosystem has allowed these players to integrate seamlessly, straight away get into their performances. Drill down to long on. PJ Moore patrolling the long on boundary there.
As you were mentioning those players, you mentioned Janak Prakash. I played against him in Malaysia a couple of years ago. And he's certainly come along in leaps and bounds. That's a good shot. Has he got enough on it? No, he doesn't. He's got more of a top edge than the middle of the bat with that shot. Arif Sheikh. And unfortunately, he has to go.
Well, he lived by the sword and he died by the sword. Arif Sheikh made a good innings there. But excellent bit of bowling there by Mutombodzi. Varied the pace, drew the false shot, and made sure that the batsman took on the longest boundary on the park. 53 for the loss of 4 wickets. Nepal now. They are losing wickets far too regularly. Zimbabwe showing their experience, their class. And I'm glad it's Nepal playing them today. Or somebody was going to be at the receiving end.
Absolutely. Jamal, very quickly before we get on with the innings, Janak Prakash, I was talking about, I played against him a couple of years ago and really has come on in leaps and bounds. Kushal Mala's the new man at the crease. And just good to see that he's got some shape on the ball. He's a young, strong bowler. And a couple of wickets that he did get really is good shape away. One from the right-hander. Wonderful Yorker to dismiss Ryan Burl at the end of the innings in the last game. In swinging into the left-hander. and a couple of variations as well. So the future for Singapore cricket certainly looks bright, and good to see the youngsters coming through the ranks and putting in some quality performances.
Top ball there. Yes, once again, this is an excellent over. Sean Williams will be very pleased with his leg spinner and the job he's doing. Yes, Janak Prakash, I mean, he's a brilliant fielder and his bowling has certainly improved remarkably. And he was also picked up by some of the high performance talent scouts that were here during the Asia final from Australia and New South Wales. And well, it takes a little bit, I guess, to be complimented by Australians with regards to fast bowling. At the end of 10 overs, Nepal 53 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Right, young Tony Munyonga to come on and try his off-spin bowling. He's going to be bowling to Binod Bhandari.
Excited there for a second. I thought you were going to say young Shaz Haq coming back into the commentary position.
Shaz Haq, yes. Young, I'm not so sure.
Well, as the older of the pair here, I'm going to let that slide.
Considerably older of the pair, maybe. Good to have you back in the box, Shaz.
Good to be here. Good to be here. Listen, it's been interesting, hasn't it, the last few overs? Nepal, we thought they were rebuilding a little bit. And Arif Sheikh, who's probably been the most watchful of the batsmen, is gone. It's swung a few ways this match, but I think Zimbabwe will be pretty happy with this at the moment.
I think the key was those early wickets, which they got, and that especially of the captain, Khadka.
You've also talked about Nepal's batting overall and how they like to play their shots. And that can often be their undoing.
Yeah, you're right, Shazad. Nothing wrong with wanting to play your shots, but I think you just need to make sure that when those shots aren't coming off, you've got something else that you can go to. Hitting the ball in the gaps, getting yourself to the other side, running between the wickets. The problem comes when you try and get those early boundaries, you don't get them, and there's nothing else in between. There's no medium. It's either a block or I'm going for the big one. And quite often, if you go for the big one and you don't get it 2-3 times, then a false stroke comes because there's been no runs at all in the over or for a period.
They're creating their own pressure, aren't they? They're putting it on themselves. That's not helping. I think Tony Munyonga has had an excellent spell so far. Been very, very economical, and he's racing through this as well.
That's the other thing, isn't it? You've got spinners that get through the overs quickly, especially if you've got him getting you to hit the ball where he wants you to in the field. Then he's getting through the overs very quickly. Before you realize there's a ball left in the over. And before you realize it, the over's done.
56 for 4 off 11, Nepal. Well, we've had a lot of bowling tonight from Zimbabwe. And it seems to be working. There was a period where it was all little one-over spells. Ryan Burl back into action.
He's one thing that's been consistent. We're on pitch number 1 today, Shazad. The first 3 games played on the one next to it, pitch number 2. But seamers, back of a length, bounce going through to the keeper. Spinners, maybe not so much turn. The first couple of games, we saw Lamicchanne get a considerable amount. But the rest of the spinners, not so much turn, but again bounce. A lot of the wickets that have fallen to the spinners is because of extra bounce. I think that was the case with Khadka today. And a couple of other wickets in those first few round games. Again, okay, that's turned, but you don't expect the ball to really be getting that much bounce from that length.
Absolutely. It's just rising a little more than everyone's expecting. Nice to have these sort of different conditions than we had in the first few days. See, that shouldn't be going in the air as much as it did. But he's got the boundary. Kushal Mala.
I think this was the googly from Ryan Burl. It was. I think that extra bounce helping out Kushal Mala on this occasion. Hit through the line of the ball, but because of how high it was when it got to him, that allowed him to hit it over those fielders in the inner ring. Man back now goes to sweeper on the offside boundary.
Oh dear. That is another one. Snagged. Kushal Mala is gone.
I think it's a googly again from Ryan Burl. It is. He's looking to go over, long on. Pretty comfortable catch for William Mashinge. So Kushal Mala has struggled today. He goes for 5 from 9. 62 for 5, Nepal.
Sompal Kami, the new batsman in for Nepal, in real trouble here. 62 for 5. Just over the halfway mark as well. They have a lot of work to do if they want to get something out of this match. Ryan Burl has picked up his first wicket of the game. And I think it's safe to say pretty much every wicket tonight from Nepal has been kind of a giveaway, isn't it?
Been very disappointing. Chalk and cheese, the manner in which today's innings has gone as compared to against Singapore 3 evenings ago.
Yeah, I think they just have to look at this and think of the way they've approached their batting in the 2 games against Zimbabwe. Actually, a lot of what I would term unforced errors. I know that's something we normally use in a lot of other sports, but they brought it on themselves. I think in most circumstances, most instances.
I think especially when you're chasing in a T20 game and you've got a bit of a hit or miss scenario with your batters, then you find that you dig yourselves in a hole if you're not getting boundaries, and you end up just wanting to keep hitting everything so you can get some boundaries and some runs on the board. 12 overs gone, 63 for 5.
So there's the scorecard for Nepal. It's not a pretty one at the moment. Arif Sheikh, the only batsman really to have got going. And they've got to dig very, very deep here. They want to try and turn this around.
Backs against the wall at the moment for Nepal. 8 overs to go, 98 required. That rate above 12. Daniel Jackiel, debutant, back into the attack. That could be called wide and is.
They bowled right at the beginning of this innings when they were dealing in.
Conversation between Richmond Mutombodzi and Sean Williams. It looks like Richmond Mutombodzi is saying, get the man back on the cover boundary, bring the man up from deep mid-wicket, which is happening now. Tony Munyonga, that man. I think he's saying, just protect that offside, because Daniel Jackiel's got a bit of a slingy action, likely to bowl outside off stump, as opposed to anything else. Got the third man back and the long off as well. In fact, they've brought the long on into the circle now. William Mashinga goes back to long on. Look for a couple here. Nicely placed behind the line at backward point. Back comfortably.
Yeah, we just haven't seen enough of that, have we? It was a lesser spot at 2 runs.
And that's what I'm talking about when I say a medium. Being able to open the face and maneuver the ball into the gaps and get, for example, that delivery 2 runs. You try and bash that ball and you miss it, and you try another one and you miss it, then you really feel like, I need to get something out of the park. And that's where they've struggled once again today, Nepal.
Yeah, absolutely nothing wrong with a nudge and a nurdle. Keep that strike rotating. Keep that board ticking away.
And then when you get the bad ball, you put it away anyway, because you've been getting yourself in a good position to maneuver the ball into the gaps.
It's all that pressure that we've been talking about.
Well, that'll be wide.
2 already in this over. But the problem is, of course, now the situation that Nepal find themselves in, it is so difficult. Had they adopted that strategy, start, punish the bad balls, look for the singles, try and get a few doubles, the runs will come. Now they've left themselves so much to do. They're in this kind of very odd position, aren't they? 12 and over.
12 and over. And just above 7 overs, 5 wickets in hand. And really, the big guns who could have done the job for them, not that the remainder can't, but those that you would have expected to contribute the most to this run chase, are all back in the hut.
He was looking to play a shot at some point. He's flashing outside off stop earlier. They've got another couple. Sompal Kami wasn't enjoying those balls pitched up outside off. This one was slightly shorter. Jora just has a little look around, wants to just tweak things a little bit. Pushing the man out now, mid-wicket. Oh, what's coming?
Looking to cut that away. Bottom edge.
Gone for the full toss. Well, that one, a little bit frustrating for Bhandari. End of the over. 70 for 5, Nepal. Well, there's our Tino presenting a cap. Always a proud moment for any national player, Tino. Tell us a bit more about here. Wow.
It is indeed. It's William Mashinge, boy who I've known for a few years. Went to Watershed College just outside the capital city, Harare. Passionate young man. And eventually getting his T20 international debut. Passionate, plays for the same franchise as I do back home, so know him well.
No hug?
No hug. He had just done his warm-up, so he was a little bit sweaty.
And what was he like?
Yeah, I was a little bit smarter, looking dapper.
I do have to say, talking about being dapper, our man in the commentary box with me is looking very, very smart, as you may have just seen.
Thank you very much.
Awarding that cap. I like what you've got on.
Shazad. You do have some kind words in you.
There we go. Look at this. Look at this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
In these tropical temperatures.
Yeah, I've realized over the last couple of evenings when it's a bit steamy, the blaze is a bit much, eh?
Yeah, but this, you're going to go out with this later, or?
You want to talk about the wicket first and then maybe?
Oh, yes. Well, okay, let's not forget there is some cricket going on, and Nepal have lost yet another one. Sompal Kami. Oh, dear. And right across that. And he's gone.
You'll be disappointed. And like I said, once you've got so many runs on the board, you don't really have the big guns who control the innings for you. It gets that much more difficult. Sompal's gone for 7. 72 now for 6. Nepal. Mutombodzi continues. That's the flighted leg spinner this time, inviting the batsman to try and play him through the side. Karan Casey, the new man at the crease, joining Binod Bhandari, who's 14 not out from 21 deliveries. Look for 2. And we'll come back for that comfortably. Found that gap nicely wide of the man at long on.
Well, it was not the prettiest shot. I saw Nepal lose their 6th wicket. And it's just very, very difficult for them now, isn't it? As we just about hit the end of this over. 6 left after this. You're going to get shots like that from the tail. 79 for 6, rather, after 14.
Zimbabwe's most senior bowler in today's. In that last game against Singapore. And I think Zimbabwe missed him. 181 runs scored in 18 overs by Singapore.
Something tells me he will not be missing the second encounter between Zimbabwe and Singapore.
Not if it's by human choice, I don't think.
Yeah, I think that one's stinging a little bit, and Zimbabweans have come out today with just a little message. Nothing to prove, of course. They are far and away the top side here, but one will have hurt a little. Has made headlines around the world. Nicely played.
Great work from PJ Moore. Diving away to his right at fine leg. Certainly saving 3 runs for Zimbabwe. Very athletic, quick across the ground. Not afraid to get his uniform dirty.
There's always a few guys in our team playing back in the day who didn't like doing that kind of thing. Well, that was confidence.
Yeah, nicely played. Yeah. Looking to just find that gap fine of the man at third man. I was talking about uniforms and older people and not wanting to get them dirty. It reminds me of my other favorite sport was rugby back in school.
Right.
We used to wear white shorts. I used to play fly half, and I'll tell you what, nice. I think in 36 odd first team games, I only came off the field with my shorts dirty once.
Quite the achievement, really. No dresses like this.
It was muddy and I slipped in the rain. Good bouncer from Chitara. Not in picture at the moment.
You know, talking of rugby and underdogs winning, of course, let's not forget Japan's incredible achievement over the weekend. Along with Singapore beating Zimbabwe, Japan beat Ireland at the Rugby World Cup. So it's been a nice little weekend for the underdog.
I think Ireland ranked number 1 at the moment, aren't they?
Absolutely right.
Absolutely fantastic performance. If I remember well, Japan in the last World Cup beat the Springboks as well.
Yep, that's right.
Making a thing of upsets at World Cups.
Great to see. It's great, isn't it? In all these sports, in cricket and rugby, when you're seeing the minnows start to assert themselves, and it just opens up opportunities for them and gives other associate nations a real glimmer of hope that they can do it one day. I was hoping that Nepal would have given a bit more of a fight today. Gone for it. That should go right into that corner. It won't quite make it. I think they bowled and fielded pretty well today. But they've let themselves down with the batting.
Absolutely. That batting department needs to be addressed. Worked well the other night against Singapore. Hasn't been so good this evening. 15 overs gone. 86 for 6. And when you return in the commentary box, it's going to be Navneet Krishna and Mr. Jamal De Silva.
So, and here we have Nepal's scorecard. Sean Williams is back on. Excellent figures today. And we welcome Nav back into the commentary position. You've been getting a bird's eye view out there, Nav.
Got the best seat in the house, Shez. What a performance by Zimbabwe. I mentioned this earlier on in the innings. Something gave me the sense that 160 was definitely enough on this pitch. If it was the one that we used a couple of nights ago, probably not. But there's something in it for the bowlers, and a very good effort led by the captain, like you mentioned. Remarkable figures. Once again, a very good outing. Always contributing with bat and ball. all in all, they've been all over Nepal this evening.
Yeah, they have really struggled with the bat, haven't they, Nepal? As they did similarly in that first game against Zimbabwe. We've got a lot of viewers in from Nepal. I know, I think you had this wonderful stat, 50,000 in that over the weekend. One game in particular, actually, it was one game, wasn't it? The one against Singapore.
It was the one against Singapore when Khadka went bonkers. We had over 50,000 concurrent viewers. That is a milestone in itself for Singapore cricket, isn't it?
Absolutely brilliant. And well, Malcolm, that's a lovely shot. Binod Bhandari has been doing all right out there.
He hasn't been in the best of forms. Binod Bhandari has been criticized at times for getting out at wrong times, but doing himself no harm at all with this innings. 27 of 28. Well, they require plenty more. Karan can certainly hit the long ball, and they'll need plenty of that in the final 4 overs.
Yeah, he's been a little bit hit and miss, hasn't he? But he's not afraid to flash that bat. There's a prime example of that. But at this stage, they've only got 4 overs left. There really isn't. You look at that equation, 16.7, 17 runs basically in over. Suppose you just have to hit absolutely everything.
Looks like it's going to be Zimbabwe back on the top of the table again with this win. They got the better of Nepal 4 nights ago on opening day. We have a few fans who have made their way this Tuesday evening as well, which is good to see. We saw plenty of people come into the Indian Association on Saturday and Sunday, also because their home team Singapore were in action. Good to see people turn out in decent numbers. I've been told that there's a decent sized Nepali community here in Singapore as well.
Very much so. A lot of them, of course, from the Gurkha community who serve with distinction in Singapore. And we're very proud to have them here, be part of our Singapore community. Big crowd as well on the sidelines. Good to have them. There you go. All excited to see their team in action.
And as we head into the final 4 overs, another change in the commentary box. I'm going to welcome Chamal back in again. And Shez, thank you.
Thank you, Navneet.
Well, they're trying to be a little adventurous here. Binod Bhandari, Karan and the Nepali batsmen. They've tried everything. It just hasn't come out good for them today.
Yes, I think Zimbabwe were able to hold their nerve, bowl good areas, kept it simple. The experience has come through.
Yeah, very disciplined effort. They made plenty of changes, 4 of them to be precise, as against the team that played 2 nights ago. Most of those changes were in the bowling department. Masinge, for example, playing today. Daniel as well. And there was assistance for each of them. There was bounce, there was pace, and the spinners were quite accurate. They didn't turn too much, but good variety in the pace and the trajectories, and that helped.
And once again, a good call to bring Masinge from the Balestier Road end. After he went for a few, when he commenced from the Rangoon Lane end, this side is providing him much more assistance than the other one, and he's also bowling better areas. Be a wide signaled. Here's a much more disciplined effort with the ball by Zimbabwe today. But I think the Nepali batsmen, they'll be disappointed. Of course, Parasi didn't fire today, but you can't depend on one batsman for every match. People need to put their hands up.
Well, against the run of play, Karan is doing what he does best, and that is hit mighty sixes that went well over long off for a handsome looking 6, and this is what he does. We saw him do so much of this at the Everest Premier League late last year. and ever so often brings his team back from really difficult situations with hits like that.
His Karan Casey hit that one a long way. He certainly put one up in the air. That one's got frequent fly miles on it. That went a long way.
Well, he's a strong lad, is Karan Casey, and he can hit them a long way. And another thing, like I mentioned, it is very similar to the Avinash Bora topic that we brought up. He didn't finish his quota in the previous games and finally got to doing that today. I just get the feeling that Karan Casey should probably bat higher up the order. This is the kind of damage that he can cause. And he comes in at number 7, number 8. Not too sure if it's doing justice to his talent.
Yes, he has a good technique and a good head on the shoulders. And he's a brave cricketer. And he reads the situation well. Those are all ingredients of a good batsman and a good cricketer.
This time over mid-wicket. The result, 4 runs on this occasion. But Karan Casey is giving the Nepali fans something to cheer about here. Shot on this occasion from Mashinge. And he gives that a good hike.
He's held his shape beautifully there, Karan Casey. He's got arms like pistons. Certainly there's a sizable Nepali contingent, even though it's a working day here in Singapore. Beautiful shot.
Well, he's got nothing to lose. Throw the kitchen sink at everything. He's going for shot number 3. Unfortunately, we'll have to depart on this occasion because that goes straight down the throat of deep square leg. Short ball, looked to pull it over the square leg boundary. Didn't make great contact and a good catch.
That man, Sean Williams, it's difficult to keep him out of the game today. Certainly would be one of the top contenders for player of the match. He's done everything for Zimbabwe today. He was high octane charged. I met him just before the game started. He's contributed in every aspect, with the bat, with the ball, and also in the field. Well, 59 round required of 20 balls.
Well, it almost feels like it's done and dusted here for Nepal unless something quite miraculous happens from the bat of Binod, Bhandari and Sandeep Lamicchanne. This man on screen, well, he's capable of doing things like that with the ball. But it's just been that kind of an afternoon, that kind of an evening for Zimbabwe, for Nepal. Frustrating with the bat. Losing wickets at wrong times.
I mean, I'd never like to say never. The match isn't over till the fat lady sings, but I can hear her clearing her throat in the back.
Right, to bowl his final over on what has been a fantastic evening for the captain, Sean Williams. 2 for 16 thus far. Fantastic. Darting it into the right-hander, spinning away, makes it so difficult. Quality act, he is the captain. Leading his team from the front, was absolutely gutted with that loss 2 nights ago. And they fought back well, have Zimbabwe. Well, Sandeep Lamicchanne is quite clueless at the moment.
Yeah, young Lamicchanne, he needs a wider bat. Has missed a few, but you can't blame him. He's done his job with the ball. Sean Williams showing his class.
Manages to get some bat on it. Lucky that it didn't go straight to the fielder. Just the single, and Lamicchanne is lucky enough to get off strike.
Yeah, Sandeep Lamicchanne, wonderful young man. Fighter on the park. Wonderful character of it. Saw him exchanging tips with the Singapore young leg spinner Ananta Krishna. And that's another beautiful aspect of tournaments such as these, where the learning curve improves for all participants and the knowledge transfer.
This one's hiked over mid-wicket, does well to beat the fielder there and runs away for a boundary, and Binod Bhandari is hanging in there. Useful contribution, 33 of 33. May not change the course of this game, but gives him plenty of confidence going into the next game.
Well, this is one thing I love about Nepal cricket. A group of fighters, they always put on a good show, give a good account of themselves, keep fighting till the end. But today, Zimbabwe demonstrating their class. That's it. He's stumped. Sean Williams saw him coming, fired it in. The wicketkeeper does the rest. Nepal losing their 8th wicket.
Final delivery of his spell, and Sean Williams finishes with fantastic figures of 3 for 21 in his 4 overs. And that is after he scored a remarkable half century with the bat as well, 53 to his account. So it has been a Sean Williams show this evening. The only difference between today and 2 nights ago is that Zimbabwe are on course for a comfortable victory.
Is Nepal will be disappointed. I thought they did really well to restrict Zimbabwe to 160 at one stage. Zimbabwe looked set for something over 180. They did well to pull the game back, but their batsmen have let them down. Zimbabwe at this juncture look on cruise control for a comfortable victory. At the end of 17 overs, Nepal 111 for the loss of 8. Jakiel, Daniel, tells me he's making his international debut on his 3rd over from the Balestier Road end. It's a very compact action, rhythmical run up. Lamicchanne slices that one, back pass, backward point. Runs back for 2. Well, Nepal, they are certainly not dying wandering. They're going to go for it. This might be one Everest which is proving difficult to conquer.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if anything miraculous happens from here on. Sandeep Lamicchanne giving the field a good look. Wonder where he's going to go. My sense is the good old hoik over mid-wicket. That's what he does. Low full toss though. So there's not much you can do, just the single.
This is very good bowling by Jakiel, looking for the Yorker. Also the low full toss, not too easy to hit, even for a batsman. Lamicchanne more accomplished as a leg spinner.
Not too sure which pitch we're going to be using for tomorrow's game, Jamal, but if it's this one, 160 is certainly a good total, because on the previous pitch, 180, 190 was probably par score, and we felt Zimbabwe maybe 10-20 runs short at the halfway mark, only to realize that this pitch certainly has something in it for everybody.
The pitch certainly is one variable, but poor shot selection, poor situational awareness has cost Nepal the game today. I thought they pulled back the game from Zimbabwe, but they only managed to hand back the momentum to Zimbabwe. And a classy side like that, they're not going to hand it back to you.
No, it's a good point that you bring up, Jamal, and I'll be honest with you, the Nepal batsmen have been guilty of this in the past as well. Throwing away their wickets, completely unnecessary shots. And sometimes they leave it on the captain way too many times.
Wide signaled.
They're a talented bunch of batsmen. Dipendra Singh, Airee, Karan, Casey, Irfan, Arif, Sheikh, Sompal, Kami, the captain, Khadka. So they have plenty of batsmen who can do the job. But sometimes it's just a case of application.
Yes, the big shoulders of Khadka carried Nepal for a long time. And the youngsters as well as the seasoned campaigners. There you go. Sushan, Bhari perishes. Trying to loft that one over long on. Only manages to get an outside edge. Jakiel banks in a wicket. He's happy. He's on the scoreboard literally in international cricket.
Well, yes, he is. It's been that kind of an evening for Zimbabwe. Almost everyone who has held the ball or the bat has got onto the scoreboard, contributed to the team's success. And you can see Sean Williams there, marshalling his troops, giving the boys a good pat on their back because it's been an excellent, near perfect evening for Zimbabwe. And they're just one wicket away from a resounding win.
As you could see it from the moment when he walked out to bat with Zimbabwe in a spot of bother, how focused he was, took it upon himself, make sure that Zimbabwe got to a total that the bowlers could defend, and then straight away with the ball made an impact and has marshaled his troops really well. It's been an outstanding job from the captain. Good support from the Zimbabwe team. We're having a little towel issues there. Jakiel returns the face towel to the umpire there. As this throws the tournament wide open. Host Singapore taking on Nepal tomorrow. Then the final game between Zimbabwe and Singapore. Very good delivery once again. Right there in the block hole as the batsman tries to make some room. Plonked away to long on. Single to the total. That's the end of the 19th over. And Nepal are 115 for the loss of 9 wickets.
Right, we're down to the final over of match number 4 at the Singapore Tri-Nations T20I, brought to you by Instagram. And it looks like it's going to be Tendai Chatara from the far end to finish things off today. 46 required, so it pretty much does look like a Zimbabwe win. They can afford to smile now. They fought hard with bat and ball. And the results are there for everyone to see. An excellent team performance. Sean Williams, the captain, leading from the front.
This has been a wonderful Tri-Series thus far. I'm sure tomorrow we're going to see another wonderful game. So whoever is nearby, I do invite them all to come here and watch this excellent T20 cricket. Quality sides playing. We've seen some absolute quality games. Once again, a big thanks to all the sponsors and all of those tuning in on social media and on the live stream. Tomorrow's game between the host Singapore and Nepal. Do come down to the ground and support the teams.
A swing and a miss. 4 deliveries left. It's all 4s now on the scoreboard. 44. Actually, from 3 deliveries. Sandeep Lamicchanne has done well to survive 2 overs. Jamal, 4 of 7.
Young Lamicchanne remind me of Greg Norman with that swing. Looked like he pulled out the 9-iron. He's having a bit of fun. It's a competitor deep down inside, Sandeep Lamicchanne.
He's not going to give his wicket, will he? He's going to fight till the very end.
Yeah, well, he's done the sensible thing. He's taken a single and said to Abinash, Bohara, mate, over to you.
I'll remain not out.
Little mini battle between the tail enders, who always fancy themselves as batsmen.
Absolutely. Tendai Chatara, he's been quite economical as well amongst the wickets. If you thought you could go home a little early, just hang in there. The umpire says, hold on. I'm going to make you wait a little longer.
Ali there from UAE, very experienced umpire. A wonderful group of officials here, being very consistent. Adds to the quality of the tournament, the quality of the cricket. Often a thankless job. They've been doing a good one.
Right, the penultimate ball of the game, and Abinash Bora gets one to bring Sandeep Lamicchanne back on strike for the final delivery, with Nepal requiring 41. Improbable, impossible. Simply put, Zimbabwe have done very well to register their second win of the tournament.
Sandeep Lamicchanne to face the last delivery.
A swing and a miss to end proceedings here. We come to the end of match number 4 of the Singapore Tri-Nations T20I, and Zimbabwe registered a 40-run victory. Comprehensive performance, first with the bat and then with the ball. And Sean Williams will be a very happy captain.
It's been a pleasure commentating with you, Navneet. We'll see you all shortly with the award ceremony.
Pleasure having you here, Jamal. It's been a good evening of cricket. Certainly by the boys in red and yellow. Nepal will have a few things to think about when they come back tomorrow once again to face the host Singapore. They certainly got the better of Singapore the last time, courtesy and a remarkable century by the captain, Khadka. But one thing's for sure, they cannot rely on him alone. They will need to do better with the bat if Nepal would want to win more matches. Quick match summary there. Zimbabwe losing the toss were asked to bat first, put up 160, what we thought could have been 10 or 20 shot, but ended up being more than enough on a new track here in Singapore. Sean Williams leading from the front with a half century, 53 of just 35 deliveries. Ryan Burl, Peter Moore and Mutombodzi contributing as well. The pick of the bowlers for Nepal, obviously Sandeep Lamicchanne will always be amongst the wickets, 2 for 27. Sompal has been good all through this series. Nepal, in response, could only manage 120 run-a-ball innings. Arif, Sheikh and Khadka, just 2 batsmen managing double figures, and that has been the biggest problem for this Nepal side. With the ball, it was once again the captain, Sean Williams, leading from the front. 3 wickets for just 21 in his 4 overs. Mutombodzi, Daniel Jackal and Ryan Burl amongst the wickets as well. All in all, a comfortable, comprehensive victory for Zimbabwe. 2 wins out of 2 against Nepal in this series, and they win this game by 40 runs. Thank you for tuning in. For everyone watching live telecast of the Singapore Tri-Nations from around the world, it's goodbye and thank you, and we're going to see you in a few minutes for the post-match presentation.